Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is Danae Bezantakou, and we have the great pleasure to host the Ambassador of Panama in Greece, Mrs. Julie Lymberopulos. Mrs. Lymberopulos, Your Excellency, welcome.
Thank you. Kalispera se όλους. I'm very happy to be with you today. My name is Julie Lymberopulos. I'm the Ambassador and General Consul of Panama in Greece. I would like to mainly thank the Slide to Open Shipping Finance 2021 conference organizers for this successfully phygital interactive conference experience, the distinguished speakers, as well as all attendees for participating in this interesting exchange of ideas. Undoubtedly, COVID-19 pandemic constitutes a great challenge for everyone in person, for every aspect of life and every sector of economy. Of course, the maritime industry was not an exception. All shipping professionals were called to act fast, take bold decisions, and adapt to the restriction and new facts imposed by the pandemic in order to protect ourselves, our employees, and ensure ongoing provision of services to our clients and users. Imagine that I started my new mission in Greece back in February 2020 with the outbreak of the pandemic. I'm very happy to represent the country of Panama, whose priority since the beginning of this unprecedented pandemic as a state and as a flag was to follow the World Health Organization recommendations for the protection of welfare of users, strategic partners, and collaborators.
And let's start now with our interview. Panama's coping with COVID-19. How did the Panama Ship Registry cope with this unprecedented situation that COVID-19 imposed?
It was amazing that all the offices included the Panama Maritime Authority's headquarters, our embassy and general consulate department in Greece, all 53 consular offices around the world, and our 14 technical secondary international offices immediately began working remotely and fully implemented digital measures to cover all the needs of our esteemed clients while protecting the health of all the employees in a continuous 24/7 basis. Don't forget the Panama Flag Registry is backed up by a state, and it has more than a century of performance since 1917 and constitute a worldwide flag leader since 1983. Panama took rapidly effective measures concentrating on digital solutions and remote expedition of documents and conduction of surveys, which was the main objective of our new administration. Moving forward with the technology and innovation was our main goal, as a register and COVID pandemic constitute a great reasons for our new digitalized procedures to be implemented on an early stage, always effectively and efficiently.
Thank you very, very much. Very important. General Consulate of Panama implementing the actions taken by the Panama Maritime Authority. So the General Consulate of Panama in Greece, acting as the representative of Panama Maritime Authority, had to adapt to the new measures and implement in full the actions taken regarding the pandemic. How easy was that?
First of all, allow me to explain that our embassy and consulate in Greece is the only diplomatic representation in Greece with authorization to issue official documents on behalf of the Panamanian government and the Panama Maritime Authority, Merchant Marine and Crew Administration. Secondly, I'm very lucky to have a team of highly experienced personnel who were able to rapidly adapt to remote working while ensuring all the needs and services of our clients were met. In our case, we work with rotation of physical, digital work, depending on the needs of the physical presence of each department, shipping and corporate, technical services, and crew. In reality, due to the experience of our personnel and our excellent teamwork, we never stop being one-stop office for all Panama flag users. The success of this measure was evidenced by providing interrupted and personalized services to all our clients, and that we as a consulate and Panama Registry overall marked a growing, expanding number despite the pandemic. I believe this is an extraordinary achievement, and it will never have been possible without the combination of the two factors: excellent backup from the government and the Panama Maritime Authority, and highly qualified personnel at our local consulates.
Very, very important, the cooperation in such a crisis. Undoubtedly, Panama's ship registry stood out for the way it managed that humanitarian crisis that occurred in reference to the crew changes of seafarers. Would you like to talk to us regarding this topic?
Yeah, it has been really a big and great experience with a lot of problems, but excitement too, because I believe that the whole country have that problem. But we could not provide a complete picture of handle of the pandemic without referring to the crisis management of crew changes which occur as a result of the pandemic restriction and very rapidly got out of scale to reach the size of a global humanitarian crisis. Panama was one of the first countries in the world to apply the recommendation established by the IMO regarding the prevailing need for safe crew changes and the protocol for performing them safely.
And there were many...
Our help consisted in facilitating these crew changes as essential element to ensure that the seafarers return to the country of origin and those seafarers who need to replace them could embark so that the merchandise and all the trade was carried out safely. This commendable work was carried out despite the restriction of the airports and sanitary fences worldwide that made it difficult. Following these guidelines, we made our protocol called diagram of the modalities for repatriation, disembarkation, and boarding of crew members, which contemplates 7 different cases. In addition to crew changes, requests for vessels require medical care for seafarers were proceeded, allowing the crew to disembark for medical care related to dental cases, prenatal controls, among others, all with prior authorization from our Ministry of Health. From March to December 2020, we achieved the total sum of 12,329 movements related to the change of crew, repatriations, landings, and shipments of seafarers of various nationalities, including Panamanian, from different types of vessels that arrive in our jurisdictional waters and ports, both by sea and by air, in vessels belonging to the Panamanian register as well as the register with other flags. In frank collaboration with the IMO member states, we has been a valuable and rewarding experience. This has allowed us to collaborate with people, passengers, and crew of more than 50 different nationalities in recognition of the work carried out by seafarers as essential workers, being a fundamental link in the global supply chain, in addition to compliance with the conventions ratified by the Republic of Panama. During all this month, we have worked hard entirely for our 318,000 seafarers aboard and the more than 8,500 ships that belongs to our flag through the execution of actions that have been fully verified nationally, international, highly ensuring that the rights enshrined in international labor conventions are fulfilled, even in times of pandemic in which we have worked tirelessly so that all seafarers on board our ship maintains the current employment contracts and guarantee the payment of their wage, the right to repatriation, the right to vacation, the payment of overtime, the right to medical attention, and other employment benefits. Proof of our commitment is that we managed to recover more than $2 million in wages owned by the ship owner to seafarers as a result of 427 labor complaints proceed regarding no payment of the wages to seafarers during 2020. Besides that, 539 repatriations of abandoned crew members of Panamanian flag vessels were carried out in various parts of the world at the end of the 2020. This hard work reaffirms our commitment to the application of the Maritime Labor Convention 2006 as amended, of which Panama is a signatory, as well as the national regulations whose main function is to ensure that seafarers enjoy living and working conditions, decent ones that guarantee the well-being.
Growth of Panama Registry in 2020 despite the pandemic. What you pointed out so far seems quite interesting, and I would like to thank you for sharing with us this information. What are, in your opinion, the consequences that the Panamanian Ship Registry faces due to this response strategy that it implemented towards the pandemic?
Now we are at the position to evaluate the positive outcome of this implementation by looking at the positive figures of the growth of the registry through the year 2020. Panama Maritime Authority reached its best result in 2020 since 2011. For the first time since the end of 2011, the Panamanian registry has exceeded the 230 million gross net mark and has also obtained his best growth, which makes us, of course, feel extremely proud. In 2020, despite the challenge of the COVID-19 pandemic, Panama Ship Registry marked a growth of 6.22% compared to 2019 with 8,516 vessels. Also, according to Clarkson Research Services, Ltd., the Panamanian flag flies more than 60% of the world maritime fleet in terms of gross tonnage. The Panama Ship Registry, despite the global economic slowdown caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, shows positive results, considering that there are fewer ships, fewer new construction, more competitors, and more international enforcement. We have reached a milestone of our register. Between January and December 2020, Panama Registry has added 1,033 vessels to its fleets and 29.7 million gross tonnage. Of this group, 339 vessels correspond to new buildings, contributing 14.3 million gross tonnage to the Panama fleet. The percentage of vessels cancellation and transfer to other registers during 2020 was reduced by 25.8%, a figure that corresponds to the best result obtained in the last 10 years. We have managed to reduce cancellation due to the fleet transfers, a really positive figure since it shows the trust that the ship owners maintaining the services provided by our registry. As was already noted, the registry introduced a series of improvements last year, including a complete re-engineering of the processes, incorporation of the market analysis, characterization of important areas of the sector, and introduction of electronic documents, aiming in this way to improve services and user satisfaction. The legal security offered by the register, being backed up by a nation 24/7 services, high level of professionalism, and the effort of human resources have played a fundamental role in the register growth. We will continue to put our best effort and focus on maintaining the sustained growth of the register over the next years, making the permanent decisions for the benefit of our users. This is the key message that our Minister of Marine Affairs, Mr. Arauz, our General Director of Merchant Marine Authority, Mr. Cigarrista, and our General Director of Seafarers Department of the Panama Maritime Authorities, Captain Maltese, are expressing toward the difficulties of the time our world faces. Thank you so much for this wonderful discussion, Danae.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for giving us update of how Panama reacted to this pandemic, and it was a great honor to have you with us. Thank you once again.
Thank you so much for inviting us. It was our pleasure.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for joining us yesterday, and we are here for another exciting day. Slide to Open Finance Conference 2021. And I'm here with pleasure to present you again, Mrs. Despina Travlou.
Welcome to the Slide to Open Shipping Finance once again. This is our second new feature quite highly today, but again, within this multifaceted industry that we operate in, we will equally focus on finance and, of course, ship ownership and operation.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Sorry we had a technical issue. We have a great team here, and everything is resolved. So here we are. I present you again with pleasure, Ms. Despina Travlou, the organizer of the event.
Welcome to the Slide to Open Shipping Finance once again. This is our second day already, and today we wish to add a new angle to the subject matter. Technology will feature quite highly, but again, within this multifaceted industry we operate in, we will equally focus on finance and, of course, ship ownership and operation. Information and communication technology is helping shipping in leaps and strides to become more financially and environmentally sustainable. But let's welcome Mr. Angelos Roupas Pantaleon, the president.
Thank you, Despina. Good afternoon from my end as well. In between all that Despina has been just describing, we will also have the chance to interact or see Dinno the robot. He will manage to nudge his way through. And although he is not human after all, he will vow for a bit of your attention to see if he too can be integrated into this wonderful world of shipping. A resounding percentage of shipping executives are adamant about the fact that they will proceed quite substantially with automation and digitalization initiatives, as they believe that such initiatives present an amazing potential for the industry. So please join us to see what industry specialists have in store for us. Can we make shipping greener, smarter, financially viable and integrated, all at the same time, and in the process keep our bankers and alternative finance specialists content with this progress? Let's see what this afternoon brings to us. Despina.
So let's start with the president of WISTA Hellas, Ms. Elpi Petraki. She will address us with a brief greeting.
Καλησπέρα κυρίες και κύριοι. Ευχαριστώ τους διοργανωτές για την ευκαιρία αυτής της σύντομης τοποθέτησης στην έναρξη των εργασιών της δεύτερης ημέρας του συνεδρίου. Παίρνω την ευκαιρία από τη θεματολογία για να αναφερθώ στη συμβολή της τεχνολογίας στη βελτιστοποίηση της καθημερινής λειτουργίας στην ναυτιλία, είτε στο πλοίο είτε στο γραφείο. Ασφαλώς υπάρχουν πιο αρμόδιοι να μιλήσουν για τα εξειδικευμένα θέματα της τεχνολογίας, αλλά εγώ θα υπογραμμίσω τη σημαντικότητα της υιοθέτησης των νέων μεθόδων εργασίας που μας προσφέρουν η τεχνολογία και η καινοτομία. Οι στόχοι για τη βιώσιμη ανάπτυξη απαιτούν δομικές αλλαγές, καινοτόμες λύσεις και ολοκληρωμένες προσεγγίσεις για την υπέρβαση των διαρθρωτικών εμποδίων προς μια αειοφόρο ανάπτυξη. Τελευταία, η πανδημία ήρθε για να μας πιστοποιήσει την αναγκαιότητα της ενσωμάτωσης της αειοφόρου ανάπτυξης σε κάθε μας στρατηγική επιλογή. Στον ευρύτερο χώρο της ναυτιλίας, τα τελευταία χρόνια, η τεχνολογία έχει σημειώσει πραγματικά άλματα σε όλα τα επίπεδα και σε όλες τις λειτουργίες, υιοθετώντας με αυξανόμενο ρυθμό τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό. Ζούμε στο περιβάλλον της τεχνολογικής επανάστασης, Shipping 4.0, που θα ενσωματώσει την τεχνητή νοημοσύνη, τη μηχανική μάθηση, το Internet of Things, την επεξεργασία Big Data και την εικονική πραγματικότητα στην καθημερινότητά μας. Με τις ανάγκες που δημιούργησε η πανδημία και τις λύσεις που προσφέρει η τεχνολογία, έδωσαν την ευκαιρία στην ναυτιλία να περάσει με επιτυχία το crash test. Επίσης, με την ιδιότητά μου της Προέδρου της WISTA Ελλάς, ενός διεθνούς οργανισμού που προωθεί και υποστηρίζει τις γυναίκες στους κλάδους της ναυτιλίας και του εμπορίου, θα ήθελα να αναφερθώ σε ένα άλλο θέμα σε αυτό το σύντομο χαιρετισμό μου, τονίζοντας τη συμβολή των γυναικών στο μετασχηματισμό της οικονομίας με γνώμονα έναν κόσμο με ίσες ευκαιρίες που αγκαλιάζει τη διαφορετικότητα και την ποικιλομορφία σε όλες τις εκφάνσεις. Στη WISTA προσπαθούμε έμπρακτα να προωθούμε τη διαφορετικότητα, την αφοσίωση στο στόχο και το έργο, τη διαρκή εκπαίδευση, την προσωπική ανάπτυξη. Θεωρούμε ότι η μέχρι πρότινος ανδροκρατούμενη ναυτιλία χρειάζεται περισσότερες γυναίκες και στο γραφείο και στο πλοίο και κυρίως σε θέσεις κλειδιά. Προσωπικά δεν υποστηρίζω το διαχωρισμό των φύλων. Θεωρώ ότι στους περισσότερους κλάδους οι άνδρες χάραξαν τους δρόμους και πιστεύω ότι ο κόσμος και η κοινωνία έχει εξίσου ανάγκη και τα δύο φύλλα. Απλώς ζητώ ίσες ευκαιρίες ανεξαρτήτως φύλου και προσπαθώ καθημερινά γι' αυτό, στο εργασιακό μου περιβάλλον και στους οργανισμούς όπου είμαι μέλος. Κλείνοντας, θέλω να σημειώσω ότι η τεχνολογία δίνει τη δυνατότητα στις γυναίκες να ανταποκριθούν με μεγαλύτερη ευκολία στους πολλαπλούς καθημερινούς ρόλους τους. Επειδή γνωρίζω ότι η τήρηση του προγράμματος στις εκδηλώσεις είναι παράγοντας κρίσιμης σημασίας, σας εύχομαι καλή επιτυχία στις εργασίες του συνεδρίου σας. Σας ευχαριστώ.
After this wonderful greeting speech by Mrs. Petraki and the importance, among others, of women leadership, we move to Mr. Manolis Kondos, the Managing Director of Infom, member of Austria Card Holdings, who will tell us about how secure automations lead to successful digital transformations.
Καλησπέρα σας. Θα ήθελα και εγώ με τη σειρά μου να σας ευχαριστήσω για την πρόσκληση, αλλά και την ευκαιρία που μου δίνετε να μιλήσω για τις καινοτόμες λύσεις που προσφέρει η Inform Λύκος, μέλος του ομίλου Austria Card Holding, χάρη στις οποίες επιτυγχάνεται η γρήγορη και ομαλή μετάβαση μιας επιχείρησης στην ψηφιακή εποχή. Η Inform ιδρύθηκε το 1897, μια από τις μακροβιότερες ελληνικές εταιρείες που παραμένει πιστή στο όραμά της να είναι μέρος των εξελίξεων της αγοράς, επενδύοντας σημαντικά στην καινοτομία, στις νέες τεχνολογίες και στους ανθρώπους της. Παρακολουθώντας στενά τις εξελίξεις στην παγκόσμια τεχνολογική αγορά τα τελευταία χρόνια, έχουμε δώσει ιδιαίτερη έμφαση στην υλοποίηση σημαντικών ψηφιακών έργων με τραπεζικούς φορείς, εταιρείες ενέργειας, τηλεπικοινωνιών και άλλες. Καθώς παρατηρείται μια τεράστια δυναμική ανάπτυξης σε αυτό το πεδίο και η Inform δίνει δυναμικά το παρόν. Τα τελευταία χρόνια έχουμε σαν στρατηγική την ανάπτυξη των παρεχόμενων ψηφιακών λύσεων που είτε αναπτύσσουμε εσωτερικά ή μέσω συνεργασιών και εξαγορών στις αγορές που θα δραστηριοποιούμαστε. Ένα τέτοιο πρόσφατο παράδειγμα αποτελεί εξαγορά στα τέλη του 2019 της Nextox στη Ρουμανία, μιας εταιρείας που ήταν established με σημαντικά μερίδια αγοράς, που προσφέρει ολοκληρωμένες λύσεις διαχείρισης εγγράφων, είτε έχαρτων είτε ηλεκτρονικών, και καλύπτει την ψηφιοποίηση αυτών, διαχείριση εγκριτικών ροών και ασφαλής αποθήκης αυτών για μελλοντική και εύκολη χρήση. Παράλληλα, ενδιαφερόμαστε και για μικρότερες startup, που θεωρούμε ότι έχουν πολύ καλή προοπτική εξέλιξης, έχοντας στη φαρέτα τους καινοτόμα προϊόντα και λύσεις, που με τη σύμπραξη της Inform μπορούμε να έχουμε τα βέλτιστα αποτελέσματα. Ένα τέτοιο πρόσφατο παράδειγμα αποτελεί η εξαγορά πλειοψηφικού μεριδίου της startup Cloudfin, η οποία εξειδικεύεται στην ανάπτυξη λύσεων software as a service για αυτόματη αναγνώριση και καταχώρηση δεδομένων στα εταιρικά συστήματα ERP, με χρήση machine learning και συνδυασμό με λύσεις robotic process automation, μπορούμε να παρέχουμε ολοκληρωμένες υπηρεσίες για μεγάλους πελάτες σε Ελλάδα και Κύπρο, οι οποίες έρχονται να προσθεθούν και να σηματωθούν με τις υφιστάμενες υπηρεσίες της Inform. Μέσω της Cloudfin θα παρέχονται επίσης υπηρεσίες διαχείρισης εγγράφων, συμπεριλαμβανομένης της ηλεκτρονικής αρχαιοθέτησης, καθώς επίσης και προϊόντα αναγνώρισης εγγράφων για τις διαδικασίες Know Your Customer, Know Your Business, με έλεγχο αυθεντικότητας και εξαγωγή δεδομένων από έγγραφα ταυτοποίησης, όπως ταυτότητες, διαβατήρια, άδειες οδήγησης, φορολογικά και εταιρικά έγγραφα κοινής ωφέλης. Θεωρούμε ότι μέσα από αυτή τη συνένωση δυνάμεων της Inform διαθέτει το authority στην αγορά και έχει χτίσει όλα αυτά τα χρόνια σχέσεις εμπιστοσύνης με τους πελάτες της, και της Cloudfin, μια startup με καινοτόμο και εξωστρεφή προσανατολισμό, θα ισχυροποιήσουμε ακόμη περισσότερο τη θέση μας στον επιχειρηματικό χάρτη, δίνοντας end-to-end λύσεις στους υφιστάμενους, αλλά καθώς και σε νέους πελάτες μας. Οι ψηφιακές επενδύσεις είναι μονόδρομος για τον οργανισμό μας, που θρέπει ήδη τους καρπούς των προσπαθειών των προηγούμενων ετών. Ενδεικτικά, θα ήθελα να αναφέρω την εφαρμογή Digital Onboarding για τους πελάτες της Εθνικής Τράπεζας. Μέσω της εφαρμογής NBG Mobile Banking, ο κάθε πολίτης έχει τη δυνατότητα να ανοίξει λογαριασμό ταμιευτηρίου, να εκδώσει μια χρεωστική κάρτα της Εθνικής Τράπεζας και να αποκτήσει κωδικούς πρόσβασης στο iBank, Internet and Mobile Banking. Ο στόχος μας είναι να βρισκόμαστε δίπλα στον πελάτη και ένα βήμα μπροστά από την αγορά. Αγκαλιάζουμε τις εξελίξεις, δείχνουμε προσαρμοστικότητα και ευελιξία στα δεδομένα και θέλουμε να είμαστε από τις πρώτες εταιρείες που θα διαδραματίσουν πρωταγωνιστικό ρόλο την επόμενη μέρα. Η διοίκηση έχει δεσμευτεί ότι θα συνεχίσει με αμύωτους ρυθμούς να επενδύει σε καινοτόμες υπηρεσίες και προϊόντα, καθώς και να εξετάζει συνεργασίες που συμβάλλουν στην ανάπτυξή της. Το μέλλον ανοίγει στην τεχνολογία και η Inform εξασφαλίζει την τεχνολογική θωράκιση των πελατών της, παρέχοντας τεχνολογίες αιχμής που θα συμβάλλουν στον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό τους και θα επισπεύσουν την αναπτυξιακή τους πορεία. Σας ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ και εύχομαι καλή συνέχεια στο διαδικτυακό συνέδριο.
I have the great pleasure to welcome our keynote speaker, Mr. Roland Spitaut, the President of Maritime at Inmarsat. Mr. Spitaut, welcome. It's a great honor. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much for having me. It's an honor for me, actually. Thank you.
We'll be glad to hear you.
All right. Well, first of all, thank you very much for giving me a couple of minutes to speak at this important event. And this is all about what is in the middle of finance, ICT, the pandemic, and what is there for the future. So I didn't prepare slides this time to speak. It is just that I want to make 3 points. So first of all, what is happening to the crew, and what is happening to the crew in terms of investments and in terms of how important are they. And there's no doubt that this whole pandemic has been quite a drama at the largest extent. Second point is, well, what is the pandemic doing to us in our business? We will talk digitalization a little bit. And then the third point that I want to make is, well, how will all of this have an effect on the most important topics that we have to solve in the maritime industry in the next 10 years? And this is all about either investments or digitalization, or what are the learnings from the pandemic going forward? So first of all, looking at the crew, it was pretty clear, pretty quick that when the pandemic struck us and moved around the world and limiting us all in our travels and international travels, that this was going to be a disaster for the crew. And apart from solving a couple of short-term things with our platform, we did a survey on, well, what is lacking in terms of crew. This is not only about I have a lot of echo. Yes, now it's gone. Thank you. So this is not all about giving access to charities or telemedicine solutions or moving the hurdles for crew away to call home or things like that. I think the survey that we did last year has revealed that there is a large and structural lack of investment to one of the most important assets that we have. I think what the pandemic did is just amplifying that the crew are one of our most important assets, and we are not really utilizing technology and communication and ICT to the largest extent where it comes to preserving that asset. Yes, the last year has revealed that the moment mental health is at stake on board of vessels, that starts to equal errors on board. And once we are talking about errors, we are talking about loss of value, loss of assets, and eventually loss of lives. So what our survey revealed is that there is a lack, a structural lack of investment to personalize communication. It's not only that communication for crew is becoming almost a kind of a universal right to have not only calls but also internet at their fingertips wherever they go at sea. It is also that personalization can be used and should be used if you have the platforms and the access and the monitoring software to monitor stress factors. And eventually, we believe, and that was revealed as well, that the structural investment in the mental, the physical, and the social well-being at sea is definitely needed, not only to make it possible to solve a couple of the pandemic issues on board of vessels, but more structurally preserve assets. And therefore, it's my strong belief when talking to financiers, like in this meeting like this, that if you're talking about the ESG principles, that what the pandemic learned us, that is pretty soon, I think the emphasis will move from the E, from ESG, from the environmental part, which is and stay important, but there will be more emphasis on the S, the social part of investments. And that is the first learning point that I would say came from the pandemic. The second is, and it sounds like an obvious one, but it is not really, and that is that what the pandemic learned us is that there is a massive acceleration of all kinds of digitalization and remote business. It is not only that the pandemic opened all our eyes in the industry to see that we can start doing things different and that we can start opening ourselves to newer technologies and to changing way of working. So in fact, it took away the resistance for change. But what you see is that there is a fast growing number of stakeholders all around the industry that are eventually going to be positioned at the heart of digital development. So it makes the ICT departments of shipping operators also getting much more at the center of where the economic and where the P&L is. So rather than being a cost, they are at the head, at the center of where profit is being made. So if you look at those stakeholders, they come from everywhere. They come from your side, bankers, insurers. They come from the arts. They come from manufacturers, manufacturers of all kinds of equipment, from engine to bridge to VDRs to Actis and the likes of. And if you go further down the chain, you will see that ICT service developers are coming in. You will see that many agencies are coming in, class societies, and all of them are either looking to something remote, or they are looking to recurring revenue streams, or they're looking for virtualizing the services that they bring. So you see in all kinds of directions, you see that digitalization is getting in the heart of the economic business of shipping. And that is a change, and I think the pandemic just accelerated that. Now, the third point that I wanted to make before my 10 minutes are gone is that I firmly believe that the big ticket items in the maritime industry are not changing. They are exactly the same as they were before the pandemic hit us. And in a random order, these are, of course, the quest for sustainability, safety and security, digitalization, and crew. Now, crew I handled already a little bit. But if you look at sustainability, over the pandemic, even though the topic did not change, but it became more than a faraway buzzword that everyone used 2 years ago. If I only look at, when I look at the finance, I look at the Poseidon principles. And I believe that when you're talking Poseidon principles, investing in greener vessels that will keep their value longer, you will see that the shift will rapidly go from the E to the S of ESG. If you look at the Sea Cargo Charter, where the charters are getting in, you will see daily rates starting to rapidly change between sustainable vessels, non-sustainable vessels. Price difference will come in. But also, purely looking at all the decisions that owners have to make where it comes to the type of fuel and how to live up to decarbonization and zero emission, it all needs to be monitored. So that brings again the ICT group in the center of this kind of discussion. It needs to be monitored, it needs to be proved in order to get into different rates. The ports are getting in. So digitalization is becoming an issue for ports. New ports are being built if you look at Singapore. So also there, compliance will need to be proved. And once it's proved, it will lead to price differentiation. So therefore, it makes sense to expand the investment policies into these kind of topics. And then on safety and security, it is not only the safety of lives at sea, which was invented by now over 30 years ago, and all the GMDSS technologies that support safety of life at sea. It is also the environmental safety that comes in. And if it does anything, it is a fast cry for a smarter use of technology to enhance safety. And here you see that, for instance, things like real-time situation awareness is kicking in. You see that automated safety is kicking in. Over our uniform platform, we are trialing automated safety, where you can set a couple of parameters, and when they are out of bound of the parameters, you get pre-warnings. So still, a lot of the safety at sea is completely dependent on manual interventions everywhere. And I believe that we could use broadband technology, not a technology that has been invented 30 years ago. I mean, this is now the basis of GMDSS, but technology that is available now to enhance safety in the widest sense at sea. So safety and security are the number 3 of my big 4 topics. And there you see that IMO 2021, which is already well underway, and all cyber security and cyber protection is becoming the hottest near-term thing. And then, of course, it is about crew, well-being, training, education, and these kind of things, as I started with. So there's a lot coming towards not only the ship operator, not only to the ICT manager, who suddenly finds himself in the center of this all, but also in where investments are going in the next couple of years. And I think where it comes to investments, not on a vessel level, but on communication platform, because I hope it becomes clear that communication platforms are the center of all of this. Where it comes to communication platform, it is all about uniformity. Putting platforms on board of your vessels that are not forcing you to reinvent the wheel every time a new requirement comes along, that you can lean on that platform now, 10, 20 years from now as well. So uniformity is key. And we are happy that we already put more than 10,000 of those platforms out with our new fleet express. But it's just the beginning. It is also key when you're investing in platforms that you make sure that you won't get a competition on board of your vessel. So you have 3 major communication stakeholders that are all depending on these kind of platforms to live up to all these obligations. It is the business community with their ERP software and the software that they use to run the business. That is one. Second is anything you do on smart monitoring, sensor measuring, IoT, remote monitoring and the like. So that's the second one. And the third one, of course, is the crew. And you don't want your business applications being jeopardized by the crew doing their social media. Both are important and both need to happen simultaneously. So a uniform platform that is future-proof, that can be used to roll out new features over your whole fleet at the same time, and not having the cost of inefficiency over there or the cost of repeating, and the structural solution to split those communities on board the vessels so that they can all do their things to the maximum. I think those are the things in a nutshell that I see coming out of the pandemic. So it is the awareness of the crew as the assets, the personalization of the communication for crew and making use of it so that you won't run into necessary errors. The second is the openness to digitalization, the sharing of data, and bringing ICT in the center of it. And the third is the awareness that it is not only the operator that is having the same issues, it is all the stakeholders around the community that need something from the vessels that are having the same kind of stake, and it will all end up in the center of your P&L. So that's my plea. I think I'm happy to answer questions. I think there's a panel after this. I think one of our partners, one of the important partners coming after me, but these are the three major topics that I like to bring to the food line. Thank you.
Dear Mr. Spital, thank you so much. We indeed need to learn a lot during these difficult times in order to see the next step. Thank you so much. I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm very happy now to welcome Mr. Christian Vakarelis, the Vice President of Media Communications Navarino. Mr. Vakarelis. Hello, welcome.
Yes, hello, Danae.
Welcome to Shipping Finance 2021. We are looking forward to hearing your views. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Could we put my presentation up, please? Great. Thank you to everybody who's here listening to this presentation today, and thank you to all the other speakers. It seems to be a very well-organized and fruitful event. I'm here to talk about Navarino's new IT as a service platform called Quazar, and I'll begin straight away, as I know we're all keeping an eye on our times. Could I have the next slide, please? So in an increasingly digital maritime environment, shipping companies are working hard to comply with new regulations, optimize operations to remain competitive, reduce costs, and create efficiencies on new levels. Moreover, with a vastly increased number of solutions, technological developments, regulations, and requirements, IT managers face a very heavy burden as they work to ensure that their shipping companies keep pace with digitalization, often with limited resources to do so. At Navarino, we have seen the growing burden faced by IT administrators as they are called on to support both their vessels and their offices while managing a number of different technologies, applications, and processes, as well as tickets from vessel users. Making the most of digital opportunities available nowadays can be an expensive project for any shipping company. Next slide, please. This is why at Navarino we've started introducing new technologies and solutions to help share the load that many of our customers are facing and to help them upgrade the way they achieve the results they're looking for. Our Quazar service is designed to lighten this load, particularly for IT managers, and help ship operators enjoy the benefits of digitalization without worrying about the time involved in rolling out and supporting advanced ICT projects on their fleets. Quazar offers ship operators a new way to acquire, install, and maintain a complete vessel's infrastructure, including all onboard hardware and software, combined with a dedicated personal IT manager. Using an IT as a service concept, Quazar removes the CapEx for hardware or software acquisition and replaces it with hardware leasing, software licensing, and support fees that are all included in one fixed monthly fee. Next slide, please. There are three main pillars that make up the Quazar concept. First is the Quazar platform itself, which is a decentralized, rugged infrastructure that gives you complete control over the fleet-wide ICT network. On board, users are issued with individual logins that grant them administrative privileges and access as defined by the shipping company, and which follow them around the fleet. So, for example, if an engineer moves from one vessel to another, he can use that same login to immediately access the resources you have chosen to allow engineers to access across all of your vessels. The second pillar is the framework of world-class technology partners from whom we source the equipment that we put on board your vessels. Navarino uses an advanced combination of technology developed in-house and tools from the world's biggest technology providers, including Microsoft, Dell, Synology, Canon, and more. Thanks to our economies of scale, Quazar can offer these technology provider solutions at much lower cost than if they were purchased individually themselves. The third pillar is your fleet's personal IT manager. This is a dedicated person from the Navarino IT team whose job is to support and work with your company's IT administrators. Backed up by a team of IT specialists, he knows your vessel's IT infrastructure inside out, and he's responsible for maintaining, supporting, and keeping your fleet up to date, as well as implementing any service or support requests, which frees up your own IT managers to focus on their own efforts in achieving your company's broader ICT objectives. Next slide, please. Quazar offers ship operators a range of benefits. Firstly, by removing the need for shipping companies to source and maintain equipment and software, to support their vessels on a daily basis, and to invest in resources to comply with regulations, Quazar brings significant cost efficiencies because, in effect, you are variabilizing your fixed costs for IT and meeting all these requirements for a single monthly fee under Quazar's hyper-efficient OPEX model. This provides ship operators not only with huge cost savings, but the efficiency that results from an easy-to-budget for outsourced ICT environment for their vessels. Next slide, please. Secondly, Quazar brings peace of mind. It's easily deployed, and because it's looked after by a dedicated team at Navarino, your onboard ICT infrastructure is regularly maintained, kept up to date, and always performing at the best possible level, built upon reliable, proven technology that gives you new functionalities that help you work smarter. All of which results in less headaches for IT managers at shipping companies, improved security, and because we take on the majority of the vessel's IT support, it removes those time-consuming burdens from your company's IT managers. Next slide, please. Another big benefit of Quazar is the level of standardization that it offers. Your fleet is equipped across the board with identical sets of equipment and software that is installed, deployed, and maintained from Navarino's one-stop shop. This creates an infrastructure that is agile and easily scaled as and when required. And as I mentioned earlier, it also means that users on board have easy, standardized access to resources that you want them to on every vessel they're working on, and that you can easily organize and share information across your fleet. Next slide, please. Quazar also provides you with advanced security tools, policies, and procedures that increase your fleet's attack resilience and allow you to respond quickly to any cyber incidents. It allows for the implementation of advanced security policies that safeguard a vessel's complete digital infrastructure and devices, making systems more cyber robust, while at the same time also complying with regulations. Next slide, thank you. Compliance with regulations is a major concern for many of our customers at the moment, since the new IMO rules on cybersecurity and maritime came into effect this year. Quazar has been designed to comply with those rules fully, as well as complying with the Bureau Veritas Cyber Managed Notation as per BV Rule Note NR659. And in fact, Quazar customers can receive this Cyber Managed Notation from BV, regardless of whether they're using any other classification society. Next slide, please. As I've explained, Quazar is designed to lighten the load on your internal IT resources in order to give your organization the time to focus on its overall IT strategy and to drive efficiencies within it. In conclusion, I would summarize by saying that by combining cost optimization with a fully supported advanced maritime ICT network for a single monthly fee, I strongly believe that Quazar is a very appealing proposition for ship operators everywhere. Next slide, please. And thank you all very much indeed for listening.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vakarelis. Your new approach will certainly bring ground for further discussion in this conference. Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of the evening. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, another poll for you. Thank you so much for your great participation yesterday. Please go to www.mendi.com and enter the code 14216236 in order to answer one more the code for you, 14216236. And the question is, which do you think are the greater obstacles in the transition of shipping digital companies towards transformation? Mrs. Katerina Raptaki, a digital transformation, cybersecurity and e-governance specialist from Navios Group of Companies, a member of the board of directors of Amitech, will speak further about the poll along with our first panel discussion that she will moderate. On your screen, you see already the poll question. And I repeat, which do you think are the greater obstacles in transition of shipping companies towards digital transformation? Mrs. Raptaki will speak further about the poll. And it starts from now. The code is 14216236, as you see on your screen on the website www.mendi.com.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for the invitation to participate in this fantastic 3 episodes event. Today, we have the honor and privilege to have with us some highly distinguished and respected executives of the maritime market. I will start with the ladies. We have Ms. Eftichia Benaki, IT Manager of Minerva Marine. We also have Dr. Anna Vazintari, IT Manager of Unisea Shipping. Mr. Ronald Spithout, President of Inmarsat Maritime. We had the pleasure to listen to his very interesting presentation a few minutes ago. Also, Mr. George Bonicos, IT Consultant in the maritime industry. And Mr. Juan Manuel Puertas, IT Manager of Compañía Naviera Joramar. So welcome everyone to this challenging panel. I have to say that the digital transformation wave is causing widespread change across businesses in all industries, with the creation of new business models, revenue streams, and innovative services. Leveraging the capabilities of modern technology is now a question of survival. The new business environment demands the shipping industry to shift from the traditional business model of selling capacity and carrying goods to one that offers value to customers. With the increasing need for global supply chains, for seamless flow of goods and services, digital business is a key enabler for shipping companies of today. So this is how we come to our first question. How has technology provided shipping companies with new ways of doing business? And as a result, do you think shipping companies were adequately prepared to rapidly transform their business models and continue to operate during the COVID crisis? Who will start? How about Juan?
Hello, Katerina. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for the invitation. I think all my colleagues will agree when I say that even though the pandemic was completely unexpected, we must say that most of the shipping companies were already prepared. We all know that the shipping companies work on a global business. We work 24/7 around the globe. We were used to do a remote assistant previously. We were always required to give rapid response, dealing with several and different technologies, and also helping with little or sometimes non-experienced IT users. And although I'm probably regretful for what I'm saying, I think traveling to attend meetings or to go on board will be reduced to a minimum, as we already proved that we can certainly resolve many situations from the distance. The new reality has come to stay. We've been working for more than a year in a situation like this with pretty good results. We've been working like this previously to the pandemic. And so in essence, answering to your question, yes, we've been very much prepared. Obviously, this challenge comes with new requirements every day, but I'm sure we are up to the task.
Very nice. Ευτυχία.
Yes, hello from me. Thank you for the invitation. I think that the pandemic has somehow shown us how we will work in the future. Technology has helped the industry despite all the traveling restrictions and the quarantine. For example, remote audits and remote training is performed via video conferencing. Also, remote troubleshooting is possible with tools that can provide instant sharing of videos and pictures and files. We also see some new evolving technologies like augmented reality and virtual reality solutions. On the other hand, we have to say that the technology has also played a vital role for the crew welfare, because crew was stayed on board for several months. And it was very helpful for them to be able to communicate with their beloved ones using various tools for video calls and social media. Even recreation was possible with as a solution. And it is also very important to note that all this technology enablement is also performed with the help of high-speed and stable satellite communication.
Very good. George?
Well, I think the industry was prepared in terms of technology and working remotely, as my colleague said before. Some of the companies maybe were forced to use enhanced probably technology. They had to upgrade and they had to get up to speed to accommodate all the new users that they need to work remotely. And also they had to maybe upgrade their vessel plans in order to promote crew welfare because they had problems in the vessels. And the companies who were not that prepared, it probably brought them up to speed. And the tools were there, the technology was there. So they were forced to adapt a little bit earlier than it was to their plans. There were a lot of cybersecurity concerns, I guess, due to the enforcement of that. They probably had to educate people in the office at the management companies and also the crew about cybersecurity concerns, probably provide them some training. E-learning is there, and I guess many companies have utilized that to bring e-learning to the vessels and to the office. And there are two pillars in terms of educating the crew, right, and educating people at the office. The two different things on keeping things in place. Maybe when we discuss further, we will see where we are at this moment. But I think cybersecurity now is playing a big role in that. And we've seen companies, maritime companies also failing on that feature. So we'll see where we're going on that.
Good.
So,
Interesting. Anna, do you want to add something, especially regarding the cyber security concerns? I know you are a specialist in this area.
First of all, I would like to mention that, as already mentioned by Juan, remote working has always been inherent in the nature of shipping industry. Therefore, the transition to the new conditions that COVID-19 introduced were somehow straightforward, leaving only minor details to be organized by the IT departments. It was like a business continuity plan was always there seamlessly to serve this specific need. As Eugenia has mentioned, there were a lot of decisions and challenges that have arisen, though, regarding the IT departments were drastically involved in decisions that had to be made, such as the implementation of virtual attendances or virtual conferences. In terms of security, though, as George has mentioned, all these technological achievements needed and still need to be cyber secured. And among all the aforementioned challenges, this challenge, cybersecurity challenge, is still ongoing due to the dynamic nature of cyberspace. Again, the IT departments were there to implement solutions that would ensure shipping companies' cybersecurity. To mention, among others, VPN connectivity or multi-factor authentication or campaigns and trainings in order to arise awareness regarding phishing emails and so on. Therefore, in general, I would mention that IT departments were well prepared for this transition.
Last one, Ronald. I trust we all agree that we owe all this to a certain extent to you guys. Could you imagine such a situation like the COVID pandemic having taken place like a decade ago?
That would have been a total disaster, of course, if it would have happened 10, 15 years ago. Because I think by that time the shipping industry was 25 years behind the curve, and I think over the last years you saw a rapid move towards digitalization. And I agree with Juan and also with Anna that there was a level of preparedness amongst the operators with an ICT department. But what I also see is that there's a very long trail of smaller operators who are not that sophisticated yet. And for them, there were a lot of challenges that came with the pandemic. If I see it from our perspective, a lot of the less sophisticated ship operators were still working on digitalization with as an only goal some cost saving or more efficiency in their operations. And suddenly, when the pandemic hit, they saw that there were a lot of other challenges that they could now solve with smarter use of technology. And so you could say, yes, they were kind of prepared because there's a lot of remote operations already inherited in shipping. But I think nobody was prepared for what was coming. And the ones that were more sophisticated, like the ones that you have around the table over here, they had enough material and tools to deal with the situation. And I think that is what you're seeing. But in general, I think there's a lot of catch up that is still happening today, even after a year, with shipping companies still trying to make sense on how to most efficiently rolling out a platform that supports the need, especially as there are so many more remote companies. And you mentioned, Juan, class societies, for instance, or remote audits and things like that. Well, that is all still starting phase, I think, and they're just dealing with the very first year of that. So there's no maturity on that yet, and there's still a lot of development and cyber protection and uniformity that you have to get into. So the ones that were sophisticated were lucky that they had a lot of tools to deal with the pandemic. The ones that were less sophisticated, I think they suffered a lot and faced a lot of challenges. And they are running to catch up.
Yes, correct. Now that we have extensively talked about the revolution that COVID has brought to our work, we come to the next question. Although this may sound like an oxymoron, do you think that 2020 has been an overall a good year for the IT in maritime? George?
I think yes, because as we said before, a lot of companies were forced to adapt these technologies, so we're in the front of this war. So we had our chance to prove that the technologies were there, and we were the catalyst of bringing these technologies to the companies and helping the whole industry move on and catch up with other industries that may have been more progressive than ours. Of course, there was our chance to prove that our contingency plans, our business continuity plans, our tabletop exercises, our antivirus, our security, securing our digital assets were not just theories, but now they were put into practice. We were conceived as people as the department who always wants to spend money in things that we are imagining, but now it was our chance to prove that these technologies have values. We said before that the companies were ready to adapt, and because we are used to work remotely, but there are thousands of technologies that would allow us to work remotely, right? There are people who would use Demure or people who would use advanced firewalling and VPNs and several technologies, because once you have an operator working at home, it means he has the crew list at home and other information at home. So you create another bunch of problems that you didn't have them before. So overall, I think yes, it was a good year for IT. We had a lot of work. Okay, we know that a lot of our colleagues were working 24/7 in the beginning of pandemic, and also the internet connections in the beginning weren't that stable, if you remember. So, but overall, yes, it's better. I think. Anna maybe would like to. Yes, please.
Ronald, do you want to add something? Because I saw you raise your hand.
Yes, I do, because I recognize a lot of what George is saying here. It's not more than 2 years ago that I was still speaking to IT managers of operators who said it was a very good idea to limit their operations in 250 megabits per month. Right now, we are selling these digital platforms, and on average, those vessels are consuming 8 gigabytes per day. And we are now speaking to the ICT managers who are at the heart of the operations and not a cost center anymore. And the discussions are now about, can your digital platform deliver what I need in functionality? And it is not anymore about what is a megabit costing, right? This is now, does it support features that I need for either remote XYZ or virtual XYZ? So has it been a good year for the IT manager? Yeah, I think so. In that sense, it made the rest of the business aware of what the ICT department is doing for your P&L, and that's a plus.
Sure. Anna, what do you think? Did we finally manage to get the credits that belong to our departments?
Yes, for sure, we have managed to get the credits. The new conditions of COVID-19 that affected most of 2020 have stressed out the vital role of the shipping companies' IT departments. As already mentioned in the previous question, the IT departments were asked to drastically get involved in providing technological and cybersecurity solutions. And the management of the shipping companies realized the need for further investments on digitalization and cybersecurity. Now more than ever, the business continuity plan had to be reconducted to also include the condition where the employees could not gather in a specific location, but should continue working from home. Among others, as mentioned previously, all the security channels were there, the tools are there, and the IT departments had the chance to utilize them and have their shipping keep on working and keep on supporting remotely the vessels and all the shipping industry.
Thank you. Now the million-dollar question. Do you think that employees' fear of being replaced by the machines is an important obstacle in the road to digital transformation? Juan?
I think there are so many examples where IT or OT are not replacing people's workforce, but they are helping on added value analysis tasks that were not being done before, and like sensor or IoT devices, log processing, or even using machine learning to find the patterns or to find examples of how helpful they are for predictive maintenance rather than going on preventive or defective. And also we have very nice examples that are maybe considered science fiction, but they are not, like AR, augmented reality. We have proved some devices that are helmets that are connected to mechanics or technicians that are in real time collaborating with people on land, or even looking at the manuals hands-free. And this is something that it's hard to believe that people will not accept the use of technology more and more, and rather than believing that it's a risk or affecting the availability of job posts, or in essence, I think technology will not eventually come to replace humans, or people labor, but to help to be more efficient, to help them do more better in less time, and driving cost reductions, of course, that ultimately will make the shipping industry to grow.
Thank you. George, do you want to add something on this?
When the cloud services were introduced during the evolution, actually 10 years ago maybe, there were a lot of articles and a lot of publication in the IT industry that were saying that the admin jobs will vanish and the IT jobs eventually won't be that popular as they used to be. And exactly the opposite happened when the cloud services created. More skilled people needed to do the admin jobs. Of course, they needed a different training. They needed probably certifications. They needed different tasks and skill set. But eventually, we have a more mature model of delivering cloud services, and more people are working on that industry. And many admins are needed, probably not mostly from the corporations that are the final users, but probably from Microsoft, Google, that the companies that they provide these cloud services. So I believe it might shift the type of expertise are needed, but it definitely won't eliminate the jobs. And another example maybe we'll use is the telemetrics. It's not that we don't need superintendent engineers because we have live data coming from the engine of the ship. We need more skilled engineers, of course, that could use this kind of software and they can read the metrics. Yes, but definitely maybe we'll need more because you need people to monitor all this data. Now we're in the era that we have so much data, we can read it. We can't do anything about it. So, yes.
Exactly.
Maybe you don't need the superintendent engineer to visit the vessel every other day, as we used 5 years ago, but you need someone to read the data and conclude from the data, which means maybe he needs he needs some training to the specific engine, the specific turbochargers or whatever technology is there.
Exactly.
So that's my view of it.
Eftihia, do you want to add something? Or Anna, anyone before we advance to the next question?
To what George said, that yes, it is important to monitor all these data that are coming from the vessels, but still the humans are the ones that will take the decisions. And we're not at this moment capable to leave everything on machines.
Of course. And most importantly, new jobs will emerge, which will require a more sophisticated skill set, both on board and at the office.
Yeah, for sure.
Maybe there's a question for Mr. Spital. Do you think there'll be a time in the future that machines will make these decisions instead of superintendent engineers?
No, I don't think so. I'm a firm believer that digitalization and the use of modern technology and cloud-based technology and services is not leading to less people. It's leading to different people. And regardless where they are, they will still be in the industry. I think even that the number of people associated to shipping industry will grow as a result of this, because there will be types of jobs, different pockets within the industry which will require different skill sets that we don't even know today. And you see similarities on land where, for instance, a famous example, of course, is the automation of mining in Australia, where they completely automized remote mines in West Australia, whereby the original thinking was that it would lead to less people, but eventually it led to different skills of people, but not less people at all. but it led to more output and more effective working. And I think the same will happen in shipping. So no, there will be people who will be doing these jobs, but they will be doing the job completely differently and based on a new skill set.
Thank you. So this is connected to the next question about the evolving role of IT in the digital age. Juan, do you want to start or?
Yes, I think we all need to change the way we are thinking IT from being a support department rather than a business a strategic department. I think we need to start working on that. We need to move from repairing printers and computers to actually give a value-added service, and that's the goal, at least for me, and I think we all agree on that. That we need to start thinking of IT as an associate to the company, to the shipping industry, and I strongly believe on that.
Yes. Okay. George, what do you think? In my opinion, this is something we need to earn. We need to earn this new role. It's not given for granted that we will shift from the role of repairing the printers and replacing the cartridges to the role of business partner, as one mentioned. So how do you think?
We definitely have to earn this role, and we definitely have to prove to the business that we are able to play that role. So in order for us to sit next to the CFO, we need to prove that we have the strategy and we have the ideas, and we have to get involved into more strategic decisions that will enable the business to grow and achieve their strategic alliances. We have to be the enablers of that, and of course sometimes we are understaffed and we don't have the time to do it, but as managers, most of us here are in the IT management, we should be able and we should care more of bringing the real value of IT and enhancing this kind of evolution that we want to bring. Someone before mentioned, I didn't write the name, but he said that we should be close. We should link actually the economic activities to the real strategic value of IT, and I think that's the key of it. We should always try to assess this kind of information. Where do we stand next to the business, and how to get there? And regarding the support function, the operational function of IT, it's there, it's going to be there, and we should try to have skilled people doing it. But we should separate the operational thing and the strategic value of it. That's my viewpoint. Maybe Anna wants to add something.
We should never forget that once dealing with technology, this never-ending adaptation is well known to us in the IT departments. We always are there to adapt to new challenges and develop the appropriate skill set to properly adapt. So I believe that everyone who is involved in the IT departments already know that, and we will manage to also follow the new era, to adapt in the new era properly and accordingly.
We are always surfing the wave, no?
Yes.
Juan, didn't hear you.
Say again, Juan?
We're always surfing the wave.
Yeah, we are surfing the wave. But I also think that, but you know, value is created by the ones who are making the best decisions based on information, right? And I think we, as ICT people, are the ones who should provide the information. So we are not data providers, we are information providers if we do our job well. So from an Inmarsat perspective, where I come from, we thought it was the most important to implement a free of charge IoT platform, because the ICT managers, by selecting the right application providers, are the ones who are providing the information on the board table. And that is where their role comes in. And that is the future of IT, I guess. And it's not about the printer or whether the telephone is working. It is about making sure that you can support applications as an ICT department that is providing the right information. And that is what it is about. And therefore you find now the discussions on the board table with the ICT managers and the CIOs, or whatever they call them today.
I want to add something. To that. We talked before that we create crew welfare by giving certain incentives to the crew, right? So internet is one of them that the Inmarsat allow us to give them free internet. We were in the middle for quite some time trying to convince the business why they should give that, because the first reaction back then was, we're not going to give them internet, they won't work, they would play the whole day on the internet, and who knows what happens. And I remember myself trying to convince the business that, listen, if you want to retain a young officer, you have to give them something. Okay.
Well, it is not only, George, it's not only about giving them something. We wrote the Open Innovation Challenge last year for startup software providers. And we selected the winner, and they are now trialing it out on a Shell vessel. But the issue is that there is a link between mental health and asset value, and mental health or errors. And to monitor mental health, you need to know how they use the technology today. So you need to give them internet to monitor how they are doing. So it is not giving them their social media. It is also for the ship operators to monitor the behavior, because if you monitor behavior on board, you can give yourself an impression of the mental well-being of the people. And eventually you can predict whether errors will be happening more likely or not. So it is completely selfish to give them internet, but it should be done, I think.
Correct.
Absolutely. I agree. Okay, one last comment. We are running out of time, so one last comment from Eftihia, and I think we need to close it.
Yes, for sure. Nowadays, sorry.
Sorry, it's okay.
For sure, nowadays technology has drastically changed the way we work. We see that all processes are performed electronically. I also agree with Ronald. It's very important that the management teams take decisions with data analytics nowadays. So I think that forward-thinking companies start to realize that IT is not a supporting function, or not just a supporting function, but is a vital business partner that is side by side with the business to drive strategic decisions.
Okay. So to conclude, I think that the result is that companies need to continue to innovate, to build capability, and to use data-driven solutions. Hope is not a strategy, we all know this. Protecting our people, intangible assets, and supply chains, while at the same time trying to increase revenue, requires planning and the right partnerships, now more than ever. Thank you very much for your attention and your participation.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you very
much.
Yes, hasta luego.
Mrs. Raptaki and all your very special guests. New challenges, new roles to earn, new tools to develop. Thank you so much for such a profound discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks a lot for participating in the poll. It's great and engaging, and here we are. Let's see all together the results. Your participation is highly appreciated. Thank you so much. Now, we will move to Dr. Konstantinos Papapanagiotou, the Senior Manager of Cybersecurity and Solutions of OTE Group, where he will speak of how we safely navigate the sea of cybersecurity.
Ladies and gentlemen, we live in the era of digitalization and digital transformation. We are becoming digital at a very fast pace, not just due to COVID-19 and the fact that we all have to work from home at a very large scale, but also due to the fact that technology is evolving, and it's evolving at a very, very rapid pace. This is affecting not just our day-to-day lives, but also our business, both on the way we live and work, but also in terms of cybersecurity. Let me give you an example that we all live on a day-to-day basis, and it has to do with how we drive our cars. Whenever we want to go somewhere, we use a maps application, for example, Google Maps, that help us navigate through the streets. Now, I started driving 25 years ago, and back at the day, we had a huge book full of maps. Whenever I wanted to go somewhere I didn't know how to, I opened the book before I started driving, I looked up the address, and figured out a way and a path to go to my destination. Nowadays, things are much simpler. I get in the car, I type the address on Google Maps, and then I just press start and follow directions. However, the other day I ran into a problem because as I was reaching my destination, there were some roadblocks. Now, Google tried to navigate me from an alternate path, and I ended up driving around the block for about 10 minutes, even though I was like 300 meters away from my destination. Now, when I finally got there and parked my car, I realized that Google had put me accidentally into a lot of trouble. I didn't actually have to navigate around the block for 10 minutes. I could just park like 300 meters away and walk the remaining distance. However, my reliance on the application made me spend 10 minutes frustratingly running around the block. This is a very, very good example of how technology can affect our lives on a bad way and how reliance on technology can affect our lives on a bad way. What do I mean? Imagine if this was not done by accident, but by a malicious actor that had hijacked my phone or my application and drove me at a completely different destination in order to rob me or to do a malicious act. Now, you think this is science fiction? You are wrong. These are actual cybersecurity attacks that are happening nowadays in cars. And as cars become more and more involved with technology, now we have self-driving cars and so on, we will see more and more of these attacks. You think that these attacks happen only on cars? No, these attacks can also happen on ships. You think this is science fiction? No, these are actual attacks happening in the shipping industry that can happen in your ships. As ships become more and more digital, we expect to see more and more cybersecurity attacks. So cybersecurity is not just about compliance. It's also about securing our infrastructure, our organization against risk. And here is how Cosmote can help you secure your organization and your ships against cybersecurity risks. We offer a variety of services that can help you across the entire field of cybersecurity, starting with consulting services, where we can do security audits, penetration tests, also form a strategy for your cybersecurity planning. We also collaborate with very big vendors in the field of cybersecurity and offer you integrated solutions. We have a cybersecurity operations center that can monitor your infrastructure on a 24/7 basis, detect attacks, inform you of what is going on in your infrastructure, and help you mitigate these attacks at a real-time basis. We also have solutions that focus on the security of your ships. With these solutions, you can secure your ship's IT network, but recently we also focus on the industrial network of your ship, your navigation systems, your SCADA systems, things that are unknown to the IT world, but are becoming very well known to the attackers and are the next big threat for your ships. There, we collaborate with a company called Clarity, which is a leader in the industrial system security solution field, and we offer a solution for your ships that can safeguard not just your IT network, but also the industrial infrastructure that is there. Here also we have another issue that has to do with the fact that cybersecurity is a complex problem, and a lot of vendors are approaching your IT managers, asking them to prioritize their solution and asking you to spend your money on their solutions. I know that this can be frustrating and this can be very complex. Cosmote can also help on this field. We are collaborating with a lot of vendors in the industry, and we have a large ecosystem of partners that we can use to improve your cybersecurity posture. Since we are also working on the cybersecurity field to protect ourselves, we can help you prioritize among those vendors, choose the best solution for your company, and help your IT manager take the best decisions about securing your infrastructure, your data centers, and your ships. This way, we can help you reduce complexity on cybersecurity and make the best possible investments. Of course, we're not just Cosmote, we're not just OTE in Greece. We are a member of the Deutsche Telekom Group. We are a member of the Deutsche Telekom cybersecurity team in Europe. We are talking about more than 1,800 cybersecurity professionals that can help you wherever you are secure your infrastructure, your ships, your data centers. Our Cybersecurity Operations Center is one of the 10 security operations centers in Europe that Deutsche Telekom has that work in a harmonious way, offering services that are harmonized across Europe with the best of breed in terms of technology and a great expertise with a lot of experience in our cybersecurity consultants team. We are here to help you improve your cybersecurity, not just on the shore, but also at sea. Thank you very much.
I have the great pleasure to welcome tonight Ms. Irini Liadi, ICT Senior Sales Specialist of OTE Group. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you, Danae.
Welcome. We're eager to listen to your panel on what's next.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, good evening and welcome to Shipping Finance 2021. So we beat on. My name is Irini Liadi and I'm a member of OTE Group of Companies in the ICT division, today's session chair and moderator. I hope you are all fine, healthy, first of all, and with some shrieks of optimism in you. As for me, I have stopped saying when things get back to normal. The events of the past several months in global pandemic, economic fallouts, social crisis and environmental disasters seems to indicate that there will not be a normal to return to. As others struggle to come to grips with that possibility, I have begun to embrace what I see as a record opportunity for a creative tech revolution. The technology sector is enjoying a market boom, fueled by digital transformation, which is resulting in structural and disruptive changes across all businesses. This has gained momentum in recent months due to the COVID-19. More and more shipping companies are increasingly using disruptive technologies such as blockchain, the Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, and cognitive computing, as well as agile methodologies, as part of their drive to more competitive in the market. To succeed, we need more technology and willingness to constantly reinvent what we do. I'm welcoming 4 experts in the chosen IT and OT topic who have different experiences and provide complementary services in the shipping IT ecosystem. Mr. Christos Georgamlis, CEO Laros by Prisma Electronic, Mr. Dimitris Kontinos, Managing Director, Cloudfin, Mr. Vasilis Petrolegas, Managing Director, Maritime One by Project One, Mr. Christian Vakarelis, VP, Media and Communication, Navarino. Gentlemen, welcome on board.
Thank you, Whitney.
Christos, you have been involved in many ICT and electronic designs projects, focusing primarily on operational and trusted data. Laros is an integrated industrial IoT and analytics system with an emphasis in the efficiency of operations, performance, compliance, with regulations and safety for many vessels despite the age and type, and independent from any vendor. Prisma Electronics is among the pioneers for real data from vessels and big data analytics through the use of ML and AI with Laros system. Where do you stand today? What is next?
Thank you, Irene. In Prisma Electronics, from the very beginning of Laros system, we did invest on how to generate real data from sensors rather than making estimations and statistical analysis based, for example, on ice data, weather forecast, and new reports. So Laros is ahead today in the ability to monitor the actual performance of the vessel versus the expected. We are not competing with the makers, nor with the many performance-oriented software solutions, but we allow the shipping companies in an independent manner to evaluate and improve them, knowing exactly what is happening, having a situational awareness on the real condition of the vessel. Today, we are working on many small details in order to have a robust system capable to provide high-dimensional and structured data across the vessel and fleet-wide, despite if a vessel is a new building or a 20-year-old vessel. We have an open data architecture that allows us and others to have access on the real measurements. It is for fact today that artificial intelligence is taking much of the attention as the next thing, not just for the shipping industry, but in our everyday life too. But still, AI, artificial intelligence, is not bringing value by itself, but we have to consider two important details. First, the value of the data that feed the AI models, and second, the AI model itself. So, Laros is a proven and accurate, reliable system in the market when it comes to data collection, how to process and share those data for further use, providing either raw quality and unfiltered data or structure ready to be exploited even from technical department or the financial department, producing automated reports. We are on a continuous data quality improvement process, receiving data from hundreds of vessels, investing on latest signal processing methods, including structural health monitoring, new communications methods like 5G or new satellite networks that are coming like OneWeb, working in cooperation with world's leading institutions, organizations like CERN, European Space Agency, and European Defense Agency. At the moment, we highly invest in combining artificial intelligence and machine learning with augmented reality using new type of glasses and business intelligence.
That's great. Interesting. What do you think about operational technology versus IT? Where do we stand today? What to expect?
Even today, in most cases, data from operational environment, for example, a PLC or a SCADA system, are treated in a different manner from data in the IT world, and different departments have access to those data. A successful digital transformation in an Industry 4 era combines data from those two worlds, improving the awareness and the efficiency of operations. IT is the enabler, where OT is the ability to know what's happening without the human intervention. The use of the IoT is reducing unforeseen cost on software development to integrate IoT operational technology data with procedures and data that exist in normal IT departments like ERPs, plant maintenance, voyage reports, and so many others. I may say that the Internet of Things has changed the landscape of the energy industry, so this will happen in the shipping too. This means a convergence between control systems and IT systems for better transparency and accurate financial reports. So there is no doubt for us that we are currently experiencing an operational technology era, and companies need to adapt.
Christos, take the next step. Regulators who are forcing shipping into a world with less greenhouse gas. How data can help. Share with us your thoughts.
I will say Deming's motto, in God we trust, all others bring data. So today's vessels are fully equipped with systems that are able to provide continuous data. When collected and structured properly, then evidently provide proven compliance. The fight for less COX, SOX, and NOx requires continuous monitoring and not just report. Real and reliable data is the only way towards to less emissions, and more transparency is needed. Who is collecting the data and in what method? Are the data being continuously validated? Are they properly stored? Are they secure? Can they become available to others? All these matters need to be addressed properly before using data for any type of conformance, compliance, or control. DCS and MRV is just a proof that reports are not fair enough to help the shipping industry to reduce CO2 emissions.
So, turn data on business value. How about interoperability and data exchange within the shipping industry? Your thoughts, your message to that.
Towards to emission trade schemes and 2030, it is not a priority for many interoperability. Still, companies investing in real data and are being punished and better scrutinized than those that rely on old good practices, new reports and just reports. Interoperability brings transparency and better data-driven decisions with less emissions. IMO and European Union must force all vendors to comply with open standards, bringing the ability of the technology to provide more reliable solutions, better vessels with less emissions.
Thank you, Christos, for sharing your views. Are we digital mature enough? More to discuss with our next guest. Dimitris, you are the brain of an innovative technology company offering financial processes, automation, and cutting-edge account management in top-tier customers. The company's expertise and solutions in document and invoice data capture with the use of AI, enterprise software, and process automation is used by more than 200 customers internationally. Process, very important. Automations and use of AI tools are another important area that is affecting many of our businesses. The COVID-19 pandemic created a new era. In what way shipping companies can adjust to become more efficient and profitable, and is this a long and costly process for the shipping company? Two questions in one.
Okay,
The floor
sure.
is yours.
So, yeah, digital transformation is the key, really. Digitization, process automation, digital onboarding, automated workflows with the use of AI tools that allow remote and working productively. The use of new ways to interact with the systems is also on the rise, with chatbots being a promising solution to that area. Let me give you an example. We recently launched our cloud AI solution to a major shipping company and fully automated all invoice, port expenses, and other document data entering processes into the company's ERP, minimizing processing time and errors. Through our system, we managed to free valuable resource time, allow them to work remotely, which is very crucial right now. And on the other hand, the company has now a complete electronic document repository with which they can find and view any document instantly from wherever they are. So that goes for the part of what are the means to get through this new era. Now, regarding if this is a costly process, the short answer is no. But this is the case when you have the right partner, as he should make sure that this would be a process with safe intervals, minimum disruption in the company's day-to-day operations, and immediate tangible results. Every step of the way should allow the company personnel to fully operate remotely, as in this era, unfortunately, in many cases, working from home is mandatory. And the partner should present a digital transformation roadmap to the customer, addressing the company's needs and delivering every step, measure success before implementing the next, and getting through this process. So our usual time frame to a company like the one we mentioned before should be around a month or a month and a half. This is a very short time interval for the company to see immediate results.
Great. So let's go a bit further. You talk about digital onboarding. What will be the use of digital onboarding process in the shipping industry?
Correct. Digital onboarding is the process of remote customer authentication. This goes both for KYC, meaning know your customer, and KYB, know your business partner. So through that process, the company can fully automate the way it receives and verifies new or existing customer or supplier documents and requests unattended, fully unattended. Any document can be processed and verified automatically, and there's a range of decisions that can be handled by the system in order to make sure that the company that we examine its documents to be your supplier or customer fits the rules of engagement your company wants to have. We already have implemented major digital onboarding projects for both banking institutions and major corporations with great success and minimum human involvement.
Enlighten us about the chatbots you mentioned earlier.
Correct. To my point of view, chatbots are the new and secure way of interacting between humans and systems. They provide a way of operating most company systems through messaging apps using natural human language. The old days of having interfaces, logins and stuff and navigating through menus, I think it's going to be a point of the past. For example, a remote company operator or employee, in order to be able to see corporate information, let's say a customer's balance, currently he or she must have remote access to the company systems through a laptop or a mobile app at best, log in, navigate through the menus, let's say to a report, add the filter, search for the customers, set the period, etc., and then get the report, export it in PDF, and see what's going on. Using chatbot technologies, the employee would just open a messaging app, for instance, let's say a Viber, and type the question to the chatbot in natural human language. Let's say, show me Liadis balance sheet from for 2020. The system will automatically understand the things the user wants. We'll go back to the backend system, get the report from the company system, show it to the user on his mobile, on his messaging app, and also produce a PDF that we'll send to him in order to have the requested information. This is a completely new way to interact with the systems.
These are excellent news. Thank you very much for sharing your thoughts and for participating in this panel session. Continuing our panel discussion with Vasilis. You're leading a company and successfully managed to install and implemented ERP systems in various marine supplier companies, as well as ERP accounting and finance functionalities in various shipping entities. Vasilis, share with us, why change?
Hi, Rini. First of all, I want to thank you. It's a great pleasure and a great honor to be here. Let's start from the beginning. It is obvious that the global economy is changing very fast, and more companies are investing in digital transformation in order to catch up with these changes. In order to achieve this transformation and have a significant return on investment, you need an innovative and flexible software solution that will be the core and the heartbeat of your organization. Yes, and we were successful. As you know better, every problem in a business environment is transformed to a problem of visibility, and to be more specific, to a problem of lack of visibility. In order to be creative and innovative, and in order to keep all the characteristics of the shipping and the maritime business, which is very closely connected with the creativity of the ship owners, you need accurate and real-time information anywhere, anytime. A secure and flexible system is playing a significant role and provides service differentiation and, of course, competitive advantage. So, if you want to stay on top and ahead of everybody else, you have to adapt the latest tools and solutions technology.
So, hearing your statement, the following question comes to mind. Why change now?
Yes, thank you, Irini. That's a very interesting question. The question is, as you said, why to change now? Why you should change? How and now where things are so difficult and so different? The answer is exactly because of that. Because things are uncertain, because things are changing every day. That's why we have to change now. And in order to achieve this, we need the best systems and we need the best people. And talking about people, at the end of the day, although we discuss about engineering, technology, we discuss about infrastructure, we discuss about digital transformation, at the end of the day, what really matters is our people, our human capital. That is the heart and the soul of our companies. So we have to let them do what they can do better than computers. And that is to decide, to judge, and to manage. We need user-friendly solutions that provide ease of use and speed to insights, and of course increase their productivity. At the same time, we have to consider that delaying is not cost-free. Delay has both actual and opportunity cost. So it is an illusion when we say that if we stop here and we do not do anything, we will avoid spending or investing. The problem is when we delay, somebody else is going ahead of us.
Correct. You mentioned user-friendly solutions that provide ease to use. Can you explain why change to Maritime 1?
Yeah, of course. As you said, we have already explained why we have to change and why we have to change now. So let's explain why you have to go with Maritime 1 solution and why you should go with SAP technologies. We think and we believe that SAP is the best ecosystem right now in all the technology area. First of all, Maritime 1 is based on SAP technologies, and to be more specific, on SAP Business 1, which is the best-selling ERP globally. Let me share some key numbers and some key points. SAP Business 1, which is our core system, has a presence in 180 countries. More than 70,000 companies and more than 1 million users work with SAP Business One in 27 different languages. It is delivered and supported by 800 sub-partners as a part of the sub-global network. As a result, a maritime company, wherever it's based, can have comprehensive and effective local support. Talking about integrations and customization, Maritime One can be flexibly configured to match the company's evolving business needs. Let me give you some real-life examples and scenarios. First of all, you can connect the Maritime One MGA with another vendor's crew management. You can migrate silos of data from a previous software to Maritime One in a short period of time. You can create dynamic reports, combining data not only from Maritime One, but from any other third-party solution in order to visualize, let's say, a voyage profitability, a vessel performance, and benchmarking. And of course, it can be done on every type of computer or mobile device. The fourth example is that Maritime One can speed up the internal or external audit procedure with a plethora of financial reports. So a shipping company can buy Maritime One solution or rent it on a monthly basis. So you pay as you grow. Our proposition, of course, is to go on the cloud, but also there is the on-premise option. Irini, last but not least, Maritime One is affordable. It starts at 200 euros per month and per user. So if we were to sum up, what we are offering is a financial solution for shipping that is based on sub-technologies. It is flexible, it is extensible, it is easy to use, it is reliable, and the most important is a cost-effective solution. That is all from me. Once again, let me thank you, Irini, and all our guests. Stay safe.
Thank you very much for sharing all those information with us. But we have to jump on our next panelist, which is Christian. Christian, you have been worked closely with Navarino partners, helping them to enhance their connectivity solutions, and you have witnessed firsthand the exponential growth of demand for advanced technology solutions in the maritime sector. Christian, what you going to talk about? Quazar? Quazar sounds great for today, but is it flexible for tomorrow? Is it future-proof?
Yeah, thanks, Irini. Let me just also introduce my colleague, Konstantinos Koutsouralis, who is Navarino's Chief Digital Services Officer. He's joined me to help respond to some of your questions. And Konstantinos, would you like to start with that one?
Yes. Hi. Hello, everybody. I'm really glad to be here and also listening to such fascinating innovation from all of you, helping the maritime industry and in Greece and globally. So you asked if Quazar, this service, is future-proof. Quazar is an open architecture. It's an open architecture and is based on well-known vendors. So through these vendors, like Microsoft, like Dell, I can name a few others, Navarino has some frameworks. And because it has some frameworks, every new model, every new software is being updated on the vessels at no extra cost. So regarding the technology part, everything are renewed at the rate without affecting any cost. So this is the technology. Regarding Quazar is also as a platform as a service, which means that it gives the ability to the users, if they want to test, if they want to try any new application, to instantly launch the service on board, test it, and pay as far as they use it. And Quazar is also has a continuous improvement. It has an improvement life cycle that we're always testing, adopting new technologies, and all this feedback is come back to the IT admins of the companies, in order to bring any further innovation. So if Quasar is flexible, it's open, it has the options, it's not a product that, okay, this is it and these are the restrictions of the product, but it gives the actual flexibility to shape it as you want, and always it follows the latest trends and the latest technology that we have. So I believe that is answering that.
Of course, very well actually. But you also mentioned that Quazar makes ships cyber secure. Can you explain how exactly this cybersecurity is provided and to what extent?
Right. So, first of all, Quasar, it follows and it complies fully with 2021 IMO regulations. But I'll come from the end. We hear in this conference and we hear from many providers right now that we have a pile of technology vendors. We can put different layers of security, etc., etc. But if you come to the top, right to the top, the question is one. If you are operating the vessel, if you are operating the whole infrastructure, and if you get stuck from a ransomware, or something happened to your systems, who is taking the accountability? Who is the responsible? So, despite from all the vendors and all, from all the security operators, everybody is going to turn out and say, okay, I have done everything that I could do. I couldn't do else. And this is a fact. Nobody is taking the actual accountability and responsibility. So Quasar, from its birth, it has been designed with the customer in mind and from the side of the customer. So with Quasar, we undertake that responsibility, and this responsibility and this accountability is actually paid forward. Now, how we're doing that? First of all, we have adopted the whole framework, not only of BV and R659, but also NIST and also the Center of Internet Security. So the first thing that we have done is the whole procedures thing. And these procedures, we're mapping it digitally records. All right. Then we have the network eye. Everything happens in the vessel with UTM, with SOC, etc. We have a network eye of what's going on. And in every system, we have stopped believing in antivirus anymore. In every system, we have EDR, we have adaptive EDR, we have full artificial intelligence, and we can provide directly feedback of anything that happens. But it's not only if a file is malicious, if a Word or Excel or anything is malicious. If the system, a malicious actor, start doing legitimate things, this is not a fact of antivirus, but it's a fact of process. And this is the artificial intelligence that we build in every system is doing. And how? We have collaborated actually with 3 big SOCs around the globe. And there is in Asia, in Europe, in the US, massive SOCs, thousands of people that we have about 15 to 30 minute max alerts. And we instantly can categorize and analyze everything that is happening. So we're doing the system hardening, we're doing the protection of the systems, we have the network eye, and we have the whole assessment, and in full comply with the procedures. And that makes us accountable and responsible of what's going on in the vessel. And we answer back. So that's what we do.
Great news. Thank you for sharing. But let's go to another technological approach of yours. Can you expand on the personnel IT manager responsibilities and what task he will take over from a shipping company's IT manager?
Right. So now you touch the essence of Quasar, and is one of the signature package of Quasar, the personal IT manager. You see, Quasar is a concept, yes, And it has the technology, it has the people and the procedures, but in the people part is not just a support. It's someone who's taking the accountability and responsibility of the daily running of the infrastructure. So if you have to ask a big IT department, okay, guys, what is your role? What is your daily jobs? Yes, they can say, okay, I have to do the management and the maintenance of the systems. I have to do which means updating, patching, access the systems, see the health status of them. Then I have to deal the whole lot about the cybersecurity of the business. And if I have to do the risk assessment, if I have to see what's going on in there, then according to the regulations, I have to write the whole compliance documentation. I have to maintain the documentation. Then I have to think about the IT strategy, okay? And then I have to do the user support, okay? And then I have to do the supply vendor management. So how big actually?
These are very interesting to state, but we have to go on the next question because we're running out of time.
Okay.
So
actually, the manager, it covers that, to give room to the ITs for the strategy.
That's great. So how leaders are responding, what is that makes Quazar different from the competition, and is there something similar on the market right now?
We have made our research, and globally we haven't found any similar that actually it approaches the complete infrastructure and the management of the vessel with also the IT service management framework. And we're doing the whole digital record of that, okay? But if you take out the signature package about the technology, the people, the controls, the documentation, that everything has been recorded, the most important thing about the Quazar is the concept, is the vision to the future, and is the open architecture that it has. So it can go to any company and be shaped in such a way with all the components. The company can choose any component he likes in order to meet exactly the operational service needs of the company. So the concept behind it is that we are the customers, and if we are the customers, what do I need? I need to shape. I need to cost efficiency, and I need to pay for what I use. And I need someone to do anything has to do with the cybersecurity, him to be the accountable, and I need also to run innovation. And the innovation is the DNA of Quazar. So that's it.
Thank you very much for sharing that. Thank you, Christian, as well. We're getting close to the end of our time together. If there is one thing we would like this audience to take away from this session, is that you are not alone in this technological journey. We would like to thank our panelists for their participation tonight and for their willingness to present solutions, novel services, embracing the IT ecosystem for the shipping industry. Also, we would like to thank Slide2Open for this excellent event, and of course you, our distinguished audience, for joining us today. Hope next time we have the opportunity to have you all under one roof. Stay safe. Thank you.
Bye-bye, all.
Thank you so much, and your very special guest for such an engaging discussion. I'm sure that your views will be discussed further. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jenny. Thank you, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, join me on our next session on space systems. Professor Periklis Papadopoulos, Professor of Aeronautics and Astronautics of San Jose State University and President of the Board of Directors of Artificial Intelligence in Action, will share with us his views.
Hello, everybody. Today, I would like to present the advances of space-based technologies in support of the maritime industry. I have been in the space-related business for the past 30 years. I've been involved in multiple space missions, missions to Mars, and other experimental vehicle designs. In about 10 years ago, I was involved and started a program on small satellites. We recognize that the technology is advancing to the level where things are getting smaller. So therefore, you could compact a lot of technology on a small form factor. So between myself and Professor Bob Twiggs at Stanford University, we try to standardize the form factor and the technology, what we call plug and play space architectures. So I did the first ever deployment of a small satellite from the International Space Station, and that followed with 12 successful missions from the ISS to date, and the series of launches continues and the designs has been evolving over the last couple of years. In about 7 years ago, I was contacted by young engineers in Greece, very interested about the small satellite technology. So the idea came to me to do a Greek small sat that I call LambdaSat. That was the first ever designed satellite by Greeks, 100% designed, built, and flown by Greeks. It's been recognized by NASA as the first ever Hellenic space mission, and it was very successful. So in that mission, we identified two kinds of payloads of interest in addition to outreach and education. So we thought we'll put a scientific payload and a commercial payload. So for the scientific, we selected to put a graphene experiment. That was the first ever experiment of graphene in space. On the commercial side, well, the biggest industry in Greece is the maritime industry. So we have introduced the idea to integrate the AIS system into a space platform and communicate with the IS from space with the ships. So that was presented to NASA as a plan. It was adopted, it was accepted. So I led the team of Greeks that we brought here at NASA from Greece. The integrated payload will pass all the qualification testing. We got authorization to proceed and deliver the payload through the Antares Cygna cargo delivery system to the International Space Station. It was deployed from the Japanese module into orbit very successfully and demonstrated all functionalities that we had set as mission objectives. So that was AIS 7 years ago. So the question is, what are the next steps? So I have been in close collaboration and communication with GAMSpace, a European partner, in the sense of creating a constellation of small satellites, very much like Starlink, with a focus on the maritime industry. That's what we call Maritime 2.0, digital ships. And the new technology is called VDS, is a maritime radio communication platform that would address all the IoT services and the needs of the industry. It is the successor of the AIS. AIS was developed in the 1990s for land and sea. It was complemented by space-borne receivers around 2010. It has been a huge success, obviously, for the industry, saved many lives and assets, and are on board of 200,000 ships to date. So this was called digitization of the seas 1.0. So AIS today is heavily congested in many, many regions. So the VDS is AIS on steroids, as we say, has much higher capacity and true two-way data connectivity, has reserved channels for ship-to-ship and ship-to-shore defined by the ITU in 2015. It has received channels for ship-to-satellite communication defined by ITU in 2019, and will allow new IoT services such as e-navigation, including new features such as en route optimization, ice maps, weather, nowcast, hydrographic information, including search and rescue and telemedical services, ship reporting, close to real-time monitoring of machinery on board, tracking of the cargo and assets, passengers, listings, and route exchange, navigation assistance, traffic organizational services, local port services, and cargo logistics, such as monitoring en route custom clearances, and many other new services that need two-way communications, but really not too very high bandwidth and very short latency. So this is where things are going, and that would allow much bigger coverage from space. So the land space VHF stations have a very limited coverage. This is called the Area 1 coverage. This is the near shore coverage. But the space-based VDS system will cover what they call the regions 2 and region 3 and region 4. This is the Arctic region. So with a constellation of about 60 to 100 satellites, you have global coverage and provide IoT services as needed by the maritime industry. Thank you for your attendance, and this is a very exciting time to bring to bear new technologies and be able to take advantage of space systems engineering to help and assist and advance technology in support of this great industry. Thank you very much.
I now welcome you all to listen to Professor Hua Harili, Professor of Computer Engineering of San Jose State University, Director of CTI-1 Corporation, IEEE Organizing Technical Committee member, and member of the Board of Directors of Artificial Intelligence in Action.
Hello, I am Dr. Harili, a professor of computer engineering, San Jose State University at Silicon Valley, director of CTI-1 Corporation, board member of AIIA Consul. Today, it's my great pleasure to introduce you with this latest computer vision artificial intelligence technology for shipping industry applications, for enhancement of the operation and cost reduction. San Jose State University is one of the major institutions in higher education at Silicon Valley. We provide the largest number of engineers to Silicon Valley companies and beyond. Today, I'd like to introduce you to the latest technology that as a director of CTI-1 Corporation we have developed with the key applications in shipping industry for onboard and onshore application. This technology has 7 distinct application categories. Now, shown on this slide is a networking configuration for its application. As you can see, the system consists of a GPU server, and it has a processing engine with our in-house developed software and algorithm to realize the following functions. Now, this product is a award-winning product and is given an Innovation and Entrepreneurship Award in 2019. So the first category is intrusion detection. The second category for this technology is for the applications managing objects, including parking violations, displacement of objects. So those displacements of objects, if it's detected, it will trigger alarm. Now, this technology also applied for attendance management. Now, with this technology, the management team will be able to set a time and region of interest to manage a particular team or teams. The other application of this technology is behavior analysis. And behavior analysis will help the management team and the crew members to eliminate a potential hazard condition and to guide them through a proper day-to-day operations, and also to help the training process to analyze and to improve and enhance day-to-day operation. Shown on this slide is this application in control room, and this technology can identify and detect up to 80 different objects, including humans, including instruments, including the conditions of equipment. The other feature in this technology including fire and flame detection. Attendance management is an important feature. In addition, this technology has been applied for accounting the pedestrians and foot traffic enter or leaving a certain region, enter or leaving a property or workshop. Now shown on this slide is a displacement detection. Now for certain instrument or objects that's placed with a predefined location, and we'd like to make sure those objects will stay there unless it's being authorized to move to a newer location. The other categories of this application is for service compliance management assistant. Another category of application is for trash detection. Next slide is for fleet management. In this category of application shown here is cell phone use and behavior analysis. Now, this technology can also apply to analyze the behaviors, especially for those high-risk behavior. These 7 categories that I presented is just a sample example for computer vision and artificial intelligence applications that can be used on board or on shore, and that can also be applied for smart city applications. So I'm hoping this technology will make our life better, more productive, and to serve the society and to help us to enhance our day-to-day operation and to reduce the potential operation challenges. Thank you for listening.
So we beat on, and now is the time for all of us to meet Dinno.
Hi, Dr. Lee. Good to see you again. I've been looking at the work that you did on the artificial intelligence in action and your consideration for the use cases.
Hello, Peri. It's good to see you, Dr. Peri. I'm very delighted to share our AI, IA experience with you and with your colleagues.
Thank you. Thank you, Harry. Looking forward to your detailed report for AI, IA.
I think it's a very exciting adventure, and we are moving technology to the next level. We're pushing the technology envelope, and we are addressing the real need in industry. And I'm delighted to have this opportunity to share that with you and your colleagues.
Thank you, Harry. Looking forward to our collaboration.
Same here. I'm excited about the opportunity and looking forward to productive years ahead.
I am not human after all, as the lyrics go. Maybe I'm foolish, maybe I'm blind, but do not put the blame on me. Terms like human error and the human factor are unknown to me. And yet, without you humans, I have no purpose of being. When all is said and done, could it be that we can become friends, and that I can mingle with you without taking the fun and the true action out of your lives? Hello, I am Dinno, and I am a member of the team of OTE Group, IT Innovation Center, that searches for innovative technologies and applications in robotics. I was chosen among many other robots. I won them with my user-friendly profile, my interactive ability, and my many other capabilities. And of course, my endless humor. Who are you?
Hi, Dinno. Good to meet you. I'm Dr. Papadopoulos. Great to meet you.
Hello, Dinno. I'm Dr. Harry Lee, and I'm glad to meet you today.
Oh, you are professors? I have got some queries for you. May I ask?
Yes, of course.
Although I am a good entertainer, I have been participating in human-robot interaction projects where robots are welcoming visitors at stores or at museums. What do you think is the best use case for me? Do I have a career in shipping, besides welcoming passengers in large cruise ships?
Yeah, Dinno, that's an amazing question. I mean, you can for sure be multitasking while you are a great host for the passengers. You could be looking at databases, use your artificial intelligence, and search through archives to identify potential unwelcomed visitors. And also, meanwhile, you could be talking to the captain and also check the engine room, communicate with the engineers. So you could be working on multiple fronts, as well as get your hands dirty. You might as well get your hands-on experience. On your free time, after you welcome the passengers, you could go and do all the good work that most of the sailors really don't enjoy doing. And I'm sure all the crew will be very thankful and grateful to you.
Okay. I can recognize objects that are within 1 5-meter radius. Any ideas of improving my face and object recognition skills?
Yes, I think 1.5 meters to recognize objects, that's fantastic. Now, very often we like to push that envelope a little bit further. Not only 1.5, we're looking for 5, we're looking for 10, we're looking for a distance a little bit beyond that. I think as the technology develops, as you continue to evolve AI with the deep learning, with the computer vision, that task is achievable. So I'm looking forward to meet you, not only in a room 1.5 meters away, 5 meters away, 10 meters away.
As you know, humanoid robots and artificial intelligence go hand in hand. I need to improve my NLP and NLG skills. Any suggestions?
I think AI will allow you to investigate into subconsciousness and to have not only the intelligence that heavily tied with a mathematical formulation, that also allows you to have linguistics and emotional understanding, so you have a better way to interact with your customer, with your peers, with your environment.
Since I only eat batteries, am I considered a good candidate for the next space flight to Mars? May I be on board the next spaceship?
Yeah, Dinno, up to date, we've done robotic missions to Mars. and we're phasing into what we call the Moon-Mars exploration, where with humans on the moon and onto Mars. There is a step where you could really help, you know. So the step is, we'd like to have a humanoid, a robot like you, that actually has more physiological properties and biological identifiers that we can send to Mars before we send humans. The reason being is that we have space radiation, challenges that the astronauts experience all the time, physiological effects, disorientation of the central nervous system, osteoporosis, and the list goes on. So we'd like to send an upgraded version of you to Mars and bring you back alive and get all your bioindicators so we can understand the weaknesses of the humans for exploring Mars. So thank you, Dinno, for volunteering to be in this great mission.
Thank you, professors. It was a pleasure meeting you.
It's our pleasure. And looking forward to see you again, Dinno.
Great to see you, Dinno. Looking forward to all your upgrades and all your hard work and tasks that you have to complete for the crew here in the ship.
Digitalization and innovation in our lives. That was Dinno, the humanoid robot by the IT Innovation Center of OTE Group. Now please join me to watch the views by Mr. Konstantinos Ikonomou, CEO of Marine Tours, on how we can manage crew traveling during this pandemic.
Good evening, everyone. First of all, I would like to take the opportunity to both thank and congratulate Mrs. Travlou for this excellently organized Congress. The quality of the invited speakers and the diversity of the themes is outstanding, and it is an honor to be here and share our experiences and insights on crew travel management during the COVID-19 pandemic. A year on now from the beginning of the pandemic, and we at Marine Tours have managed to travel from door to deck under extremely challenging and unpredictable conditions more than 53,000 seafarers. Seafarers have been the collateral victims of this humanitarian crisis, when the global lockdown shrunk the international flight network by 95%, making crew changes impossible, leading to almost 500,000 of seafarers being stranded on ships due to the global travel restrictions. Travel restrictions, local lockdowns, and last-minute flight cancellations are here to stay and add to the uncertainty and cost of crew travel. Between March and August, it is estimated that only about 25% of crew changes were able to take place as per IMO data due to restrictions imposed by national health and immigration authorities and the suspension of the majority of international flights. Currently, almost 90% of crew changes have been completed, but a new crew rotation cycle is already initiating. Airlines are currently struggling to survive as global travel restrictions led to the suspension of the majority of flights between major crew change origin and destinations, especially those located in Asia, where the majority of the world's seafarers reside. At the same time, limited flight frequencies and scarce capacity drive airfares significantly higher versus 2019, and this will continue during 2021. Unfortunately, there is absence of a global travel framework, and by that, we mean the absence of global standards regarding unified travel guidelines, port regulations, and airline hygiene measures, and inconsistency that adds further pressure to crew managers and travel management companies. What have we learned until today? Let's share some important crew travel management takeaways. We at Marine Tours believe that after 40 years of experience, this has assisted us in implementing our action plan to help our clients overcome the challenges set by COVID-19. What has worked yesterday in travel will not work today and may not work tomorrow. The pandemic has shown just how resilient and adaptable our industry is and has also strengthened the bond between all the stakeholders involved. The safety of seafarers when they are traveling has long been a priority. However, the pandemic has obviously prioritized this even more, setting duty of care as the utmost important element of a travel program. Not only do organizations now need complete visibility of where their crew are while they travel, but they also need 24/7 live support due to constantly changing regulations around quarantine, testing, and isolation measures. Access to the most prompt and reliable information has a huge impact in efficient travel management, and greater integration of technology can support crew travel to overcome the current challenge, as well as focused choice of accredited travel suppliers. It is worth to be mentioned that due to all unforeseen factors, a crew change has become more extensive and more time-consuming than ever before, placing greater demand on cost and resources, both for the shipping company and the travel managers as well. The role of the travel management company is now vital, and the shipping company being able to rely on experienced travel experts during a time of uncertainty has become an essential strategic business decision. So working with the best travel management is key for a smooth voyage. Will the next day in crew travel rise differently than what we're experiencing today? Well, to our professional and experienced view, the answer is no in the short run, but with a positive changing trend in the medium to long term. We have just started seeing a light in the tunnel. It is true that the situation in crew travel has been significantly improved during the last months, while it is expected to further slowly improve in the next 6 to 12 to 9 months, thanks to the global vaccination programs. For example, major crew change hubs such as Singapore, China, the Philippines, Australia are expected to gradually lower their passenger quotas and quarantine days, allowing more people to enter. To our view, some of the cornerstone factors that will shape the future of travel are the following. Global vaccination programs are growing and the majority of the global population is being vaccinated. So we expect governments to slowly lower the travel restrictions. Global vaccination programs may take 2 years to finalize and annual vaccination may be required. Pre-trip and on-board testing may be the best way for travel to resume safely. Airports and airlines are helping to increase the availability of on-departure and on-arrival testing to help reduce or even eliminate quarantine periods, which destroy any travel re-engagement. The so-called digital health passports, in combination with the global vaccination program, will ultimately lead to smooth and sustainable traveling and the ease of local lockdowns. Airlines will take that in advantage of the opportunity and increase their flight frequencies and capacity. As supply rebalances, so will fares as competition in high-demand geographic points will increase. We at Marine Tours, with more than 40 years of experience in marine and offshore travel management, we have developed an effectively tested methodology in order to contribute to this objective. At the end of the day, sustainable travel is all about caring for your travelers, and that is what makes Marine Tours different, caring for our clients and partners and their people. Thank you all for your time and wish you all the health and prosperity.
Pleased to welcome again Mr. Angelos Roupas Pantaleon, chair of our conference and also founder of Second Wind and Partners. Thank you so much. We're eager to listen to your panel discussion.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And good afternoon, panel members. Thank you for joining us. We have a hip topic today. Should I stay or should I go, as the song goes, and this refers to ship financing. Ship financing has come under the spotlight a number of times in recent years, and we're here to discuss its continuity. And with us today, we have our panelists, Mrs. Eleni Vretou, Executive General Manager, Corporate and Investment Banking of Piraeus Bank. Thank you for joining us, Eleni. We have Christian Speer, Director and Head of Shipping, International Shipping for Warburg. Thank you, Christian, for joining us. And Evan Cohen, Managing Director and Group Head of Maritime Finance of CIT Bank. Thank you, Evan, for being with us. I want us to keep it very informal without any specific questions in mind. Just want to have a free exchange of ideas. I will simply start off with a story dating back to 2007, when I had a client who called me up on a Thursday morning requesting finance for an urgent project on the following Monday. So that was 96 hours later. And we managed to draw the loan down as a bank, and we actually managed to collect all the money back when it was due. And this story today sounds like science fiction. Today, you could not get this done. And I'm wondering whether we are all the wiser today with all the controls we have in place, the departments and divisions that need to sign off, the extended projections that need to form part of any proposal. So this is where I'd like to start the discussion off. Eleni, do you think we are better off today as a banking system and as a ship financing system with all the checks and balances that we have in place? Do they actually lead to better results?
Well, I think it's definitely a different world today versus what it was in 2007, for sure. And I think, because we ought to always keep in mind that the banks are here to protect the depositors' money, we're also a safer place. And this regulation has come into play because indeed we've seen many banks failing and many banks having done serious mistakes in the past, which the regulators came to control in a way so that they ensure the viability and the sustainability of banking. And a safe bank means also a long-term partner for the project. So,
but do you believe in but would you believe in the last decade this has led to a safer system?
I think it has. I think it has, because I can point you to several mistakes that have been done in 2007. Maybe you were able to collect all the money that you extended back then, but I can also point you to a number of situations that banks have lost a lot of money for shipping. And that is the reason why many banks have also exited shipping. So I think that, yes, we all, as I say to my team always, that the profession is no longer as enjoyable as it used to be. They've taken all the joy out of us because we need to have all these checks and balances and controls. And we can't even, be happy about a transaction. And we say, oh my God, all the things that I need to do to get this through the line. But at the end of the day, I think that we are a lot more conscious right now when we extend financing. So one control has to do with the credit aspect of that. The second thing has to do around the regulation that the banks have to face, not just about capital, which is in a way linked to the credit aspect, but also around the money laundering, the know your customer practices that doesn't just affect shipping, it affects every single sector out there. So yes, I would say it's a lot more cumbersome, but maybe to some extent we've taken this a little bit over the line, and the balance, the equilibrium is not there where it should be. It's a little bit skewed towards the compliance and the controls and the credit aspect. But good transactions are still done. We still extend a sizable amount to the industry, which funds itself, and we also give rise to alternative financiers. So it's an evolution and not necessarily something that we see hampering the viability of the sector.
Banks have actually given quite a stage to alternative financing solutions. We'll discuss that under a separate panel. You mentioned something about taking out the joy of banking, and I would like to turn to Christian. For me, it's not a matter of taking out the joy of banking, and I don't know how you feel about what I'm about to say, but more the essence of banking, being out with your clients, trying to identify the best projects, trying to locate the best clients. And is there time enough for banking executives to really fulfill their basic mission in what they do? Christian, what's your feeling?
Well, maybe I'm different from many others. When I entered the maritime industry, it was back in 2004 when the times were great and everyone was pretty much on its way to cheer up. I'm a private banker since and have the great opportunity to be with bankers who knew what they were doing. They were differently driven. There were no shareholders behind it, and there were owners, personal and private individuals who took the risk of financing or engaging in a business relationship with their own liquidity, with their own money, and also with their own commitment.
That was the particularity of the German system there.
That is indeed different. When we were surrounded by all the commercial banks like Commerzbank, HSH, and you name it from the old days, we were there, and our job was shaking hands and growing relationships, and that has not changed until today. So in 2016, when I decided to join Warburg Bank, which was very active in shipping in the domestic German market, They did not have anything like a relationship management as I understand it and my whole team understands it. And we look behind the curtains of the shipping companies by following up closely with the personal contact and not going so much after the listed companies, after the real big boys, more than the mid-sized companies, the 10-vessel owning companies, the family-backed businesses. And the only hiccup and the only concern, Eleni, I have to admit, is that the auditors these days who look into the existing portfolios from the past and who have learned, the auditors have learned from the mistakes that have done in the past, they try to talk your present deals also into the same problems, which we say, we know our clients, we know what we're doing, and we never over leverage any of our exposure. So why are you comparing us with the mistakes from the past where we were kicking the can down the road? We were always active and close with our clients. And I have to admit, when a default has occurred, yes, then we were often very fast and very tight. But after that, we are just businessmen, and then we talk about the problem and solve it. So Christian, I cannot too much agree.
There you go. And you started shipping for Warburg Bank, so that's a great accomplishment you will be credited with. How do you see next steps? Are you committed? And what makes you as a bank committed to the segment? What do you see that other banks departing today don't see?
Well, first of all, and Evan will follow up on the same thing pretty soon, I believe.
Exactly.
The opportunities are heavily out there. And while there are, of course, these typical private equity firms that go for the larger, maybe also listed companies. Then we have these Chinese shipyards who try to offer their loans for the new buildings. But what's behind? What's this second-hand market? What is with the existing ships out there in the world? They also need a banking relationship which sticks to them, which has a deep understanding and wants to do operational business. Actually, these days, we have more attention than we ever had in the past. And timing-wise, it was tremendous. And the next steps, we are constantly hiring people, but the problem is for the last 12 years, there have hardly been any bankers been educated in ship finance. They somehow left the industry. I don't know where they are.
We'll move on to this subject because it is critical. Evan, you brought fresh life back to CIT in the shipping sphere, in the shipping domain. So we want to hear from you what convincing it took to get your board to say, Evan, step in, bring us the projects.
Yeah, that's pretty much the secret sauce. How do you get a new board or a new group of investors to commit to maritime finance? You have some experience in the asset financing, and you're coming in at the right time of the cycle. And you can talk to, in this case, it was senior secured debt for long-lived assets. It's not just ships in the world, but so if your shareholders have experience with rail or aviation, there's a language already they understand. And with maritime, it was interesting, tying your earlier questions together. There's now a framework, the banking risk management framework, all the KYC and those kinds of risk management. And what was missing, and now we add in, is that old-fashioned shipping knowledge. So I think I was working in the same group as you when you did your 07 deal in 96 hours.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And that deal, as funny enough, is it was low risk. You knew the clients, everybody, or the decision makers around the table knew all the risks, the asset, the owner, what we had to lock in, how we were getting our money back, what was motivating the transaction. So if you can bring those old school risk management skills to the new framework, you really can have a decent business. And it doesn't hurt Christian or myself that there's not as many competitors out there. So for a while, we get to pick and choose some of that good business.
That sounds like a plan of attack there. Eleni and Christian and Evan, if we're going to be prudent lenders, you of course have to be counter-cyclical. So the question is, do you have the gut to finance tankers which have now nosedived? It's the time to finance them. I'm sure your cash flow analysis shows them heavily in the red, so probably a risk division is staring at the cash flows and not feeling terribly encouraged. But I think all four of us would agree that this would be the time to step in. How do you view such counter-cyclical lending, Eleni?
Well, I think you've hit the nail on the head with this one. It is a difficult discussion always when you have to go to a credit committee and prove why cash flows that might seem very unexciting.
We've all been there, yes.
Exactly. But the problem is that, I think where we have to look at, and this is fundamental in shipping, and not just tankers, but it's mostly acute in tankers and containers, I would say, is that you look at the quality of the principal. And the beauty of the sector is at least you have many data points that basically evidence how the principal has weathered similar storms and downturn cycles in the tanker history before. So when he had to basically inject additional cash to make for the shortfall in revenues to cover the OPEX, how he handled restructuring discussions with the banks is very important. And once you have this evidence.
Can I put you on the spot then and say, are you willing to forego some of your credit principles and go with some name lending? Is that what I hear? Because if that's what I hear, that's very encouraging.
Not what we say, no, not at all. I think you're misinterpreting what I just said. I think what we're saying is that when you have the strong principles that have supported their operations and effectively have put additional equity and have done for more conservative leverage, because they put additional equity in or some cash reserves to support the project, then it's a different story altogether.
But they've done that in the past. What guarantee do you have for the future?
Well, you look at the balance sheet as well. You look at other collaterals. You look credit.
If you're talking about the corporate structure, what if you don't have a corporate structure? How would Warburg or CIT view this, and Piraeus Bank as well? How do you approach counter-cyclical lending with Greek shipping, for example, which doesn't have a lot of balance sheet lending potential there? It's a lot of name lending, and it's good name lending. How do you approach it, Eleni?
Well, I don't like the expression name lending because it's not just that. When there's a credit decision, there are 5 C's, and the very first C of the equation is character of the customer. This is not name lending. It's basically whether they're willing to support the projects with their actual worth and the profits that they've generated from previous projects and transactions. And this is very important. So the history of the counterpart is important. You can't ignore that.
Absolutely. Fair enough. Christian?
Well, I can look at my existing portfolio and I can say that we still have a number of tankers. So I'm, of course, not aggressive to grow that number of tankers in my portfolio at the moment. But if I look at a project, I look at it purely from the cash flow side and from the break-even costs. And if a tanker these days has a fantastic 4-year time charter with Shell, and the cash flow will work, yes, then it's okay. But if the cash flow is negative, sorry, then even my hands are tied. I can't enter into it.
But you will you finance a bulker, which has all the potential to correct if it continues its upward trend? I guess you would. More easily.
I've financed bulkers all my life, and I like those vessels very much. And I'm not a big fan of the container vessels and the boxes, because that's a market where you are depending on the liner services and on the big liner companies. It can work, but dry cargo I always finance, and tankers I was always a little bit on the safe side.
Evan, will you take the dive? Will you take the bulker dive, the container dive, or the tanker dive?
All 3. We take all
there you
3.
go.
But to answer your question, it's about timing. So all of us on the panel have to explain to a credit committee, to a board, and they have to accept the cyclicality of the industry and of the sector. So once you have that buy-in, then you have a platform to work with. So then you have proof of concept. So a year ago, we were doing a lot of container financing with the big explanation and talk of the cyclicality. Oh, and that turns out to be a good proof of concept.
Absolutely.
And we look at a lot of bulk transactions now, coming out of a bad market, but all of a sudden the market looks better. Now, you pose the most difficult question. Do you finance one of these assets? All three of us on the panel will finance. How do you justify financing an asset that is burning cash today? Not yesterday, because that's yesterday, but how is it burning cash today? Okay, then you need to look at a corporate structure or a shell charter, or how is it they're going to get through this cash burning period? How will they support it? And there are answers, but a one-off 2-project MR deal is burning cash today. That's a tough sell for anybody, even our friends in private equity.
You can say that again. Just a last question. Anyone who cares may answer that. To evaluate this abundance of projects, how do we hunt for talent to have a strong team that can put up with the challenges of ship financing today? Eleni, how do you hunt for your talent that gives you the comfort to finance?
Well, I think there are many Greeks coming out of universities, from the good reputable schools with shipping finance education. So it's still a very hot topic for education and graduates that we see. And there's a lot of talent that is basically absorbed through internships and then as they start into the banking industry. I think the second aspect, and we've seen this in Piraeus Bank, is that we shouldn't fool ourselves that shipping finance is like nuclear science, because it's not really. It's just as difficult and as easy as is in other sectors. And we've had many successful examples of people who have moved from other sectors or traditional banking into shipping, and they have had phenomenal careers and very strong background. And sometimes it helps because people from other sectors have a more corporate credit culture versus the traditional name lending culture, which you alluded to before. So they can also try to assess things in a more diligent way.
I alluded to that indeed, and I'm a strong believer in it. But Evan or Christian, would you like to give us a last word on hunting talent before we move on to our next chapter in the conference? Where would you go for your talent?
I have more gray hair than Christian, so that's one of the tricks. Okay, you hunt for the talent one is the experience. So I may not get more clever, but I get a bigger Rolodex. So you have some people can fit into an organization. But as Eleni was saying, it's very interesting, especially at a CIT. We have a internship program, and you have people coming in from other parts of the organization. And if you can merge those two together, it's quite okay.
Christian, your philosophy in this respect, your closing remark? Are you with us, Christian? Christian has either identified a project that he can't give away to the competition, or he maybe has some connection difficulties. Either way, thank you for joining us, Eleni, Evan, Christian. And let's see what the upcoming 12 months give us in terms of potential for good ship lending. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm sure that everybody was listening to this discussion and your topic with great attention. On this note, on financing of small and medium-sized shipping companies by banks, let's listen to the interview Mr. Vasilios Terzis, the Managing Director of Queensway Navigation, gave to Mr. Konstantinos Ioannou, Member of the Board of Directors of Association of Bank and Finance, Executives of Hellenic Shipping, Shipping Shao of the National Bank of Greece.
In the last couple of years, we have seen Greek banks being more active in the shipping finance sector, with approximately $2 billion new deals in aggregate. Taking this into consideration and the fact that traditionally Greek banks support Greek shipping, we expect to see small and medium-sized companies to be able to find more easily financing. Is it true?
The truth is that the banks, the Greek banks, I can say especially, they investing a lot of money to the Greek shipping and supporting with this amount, as you mentioned. And the fact is that all these amounts that up to now are directing to the existing customers, big customers of the banks, and a small part of this is going to the small, medium-sized companies. And also, it's very difficult for the small and medium-sized companies to get a loan from the banks due to the parameters that they are asking by them. First of all, they are looking to have an indexes that does not exist for the small size of vessels, and they have a very difficult terms and conditions, and also the rates that they are giving to the small, medium size is higher than the big ones. That is mean that is giving a lot of difficulties to the small, medium size to reach this money in order to grow the companies and to be more sustainable. So that the fact is that the big ones, they have this preference by the banks, because the banks, they feel that are more less risky with them than the small, medium size of companies. That is the really true about the financing of the small, medium-sized companies.
Shipping investment funds coming into play, giving the opportunity to any investor entering the market. Do you think that this will help small and medium-sized companies, as typically these funds appoint third-party managers, or even small companies to stay in business?
This is something that also we try hardly in the previous years to accommodate these funds and to operate on behalf of them. But the fact is that all these funds, they are looking to operate with big entities because they feel more safe, and they calculate that they have to take the advantage of economy of scale, because if they have a fleet with others more than 100 ships, that is giving a benefit to them. And of course, they have to prove to their own investors in the funds that they are using these proper entities. It's very difficult to enter to the small, medium size. They don't give this opportunity because also they feel that they have to get a risk to use the small, medium size of companies. My belief is that they have to take this risk. I believe that the small companies in the medium size, they have the quality and they have the capacity, and they can use them, and finally they get the benefits that they need. This is the difficulties by them. They are not looking us. We are not in the screen of them, unfortunately. And I hope in the future to change mind on that.
So going back to banks, what do you think that these institutions can do in order to support their existing clientele or even attract new small and medium-sized companies?
Constantine, I believe that the banks need to understand how to work the small, medium size of companies, because there are a lot of family business, very healthy companies and well-organized companies, and they have to focus and to make a tailor-made loans in order to assist them to make the projects that is necessary to move on and to grow. Because if the banks are not there to support them, how to grow? How the new entities is going to come in? In the contrary, I believe that the way that they choose up to now proves that the companies that it was now existing 380 companies, I believe, that is active now in Piraeus, instead of more than 900 that it was in the past. And this gap between this number, it is the medium, small size companies that they disappear. because cannot survive under these circumstances. And I believe that the banks, they have to focus and to keep these companies alive and to help to grow, because it's the backbone of the shipping industry, the small, medium-sized companies. As you see, even now, the existing big companies, they are starting from small. We cannot starting from big. Otherwise, we have to invest our own amounts that does not exist. We need the help of them. That is the main issue that the banks, they have to understand, and how to take a risk with them. But I believe that they diversify the risk with the small companies, because it's much easier than to have a big entity, because they have a big risk if something is going wrong. So that I believe that they have to think seriously how to help, how to give them the right terms, the right rates. That is very important for the future of the Greek shipping industry.
So a bit on. Are you bullish about the future of small and medium-sized companies?
Yes, finally the small, medium-sized companies who organize themselves very well and respond to all requirements from majors and all the IMO rules and regulations, and are there and to follow all these things that is necessary to keep these offices on the high standard. I believe that they can pass over of that, and they are growing and to become bigger and bigger. Of course, is very difficult to pass over, and this is the reason that I believe that the banks and all other entities around the shipping, they have to focus on the small, medium-sized companies and to help them to grow, and also to see newcomers in the industry. That is very important for the future of the Greek shipping.
Thank you very much for your time and ideas.
Thank you very much too for this time and the opportunity to express these little things to the audience.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's go for another tour to our brand new 3D virtual venue.
Good afternoon once again. Thanks for joining our ship owners panel. The subject today that we will discuss is breaking the mold, perpetuating the legacy. The panelists we have with us, which you can see on your screen, Mr. John Dragnis, Mr. George Gouroumichalis, Mr. George Mangos, Mr. Vasilis Papagiannopoulos, have one way or another broken the mold. And now it remains to be seen whether they can perpetuate the legacy and what it will take to perpetuate the legacy. My intention is not to have any set of questions that I will fire away, but more to have a nice contrarian discussion on the subject. I will only introduce it by saying the following. When I joined ship financing some 26, 27 years ago, I was told the Piraeus waterfront has 700 shipping companies. But by the next crisis, only half of these will survive. So the next crisis came, and there were maybe 650 companies remaining, but never 350. And then a few years later, it was back up to maybe 700, 800 companies. 27 years later, companies have departed, companies have been added, but give or take, we have the same composition of small, medium, and larger size companies. So this is what I offer as a starting point. John, George, and Vasilis, thanks for joining. You all have heavy traditions in the industry, deep knowledge. Please share it with us. John, what does it take, you think, these days to perpetuate a shipping legacy?
Thank you, Angele. Hello to everyone. George, Vasilis, nice to see you, even online. Hello. Okay, interesting question. I mean, obviously you're referring to family businesses and how to perpetuate a family business.
And how you've managed to change the composition of your business over the years. You were listed, then you delisted. You are so diversified. You've grown. You are a substantial force compared to a number of years ago. Where do you see this going in terms of the shipping fundament?
Exactly. I always think about and worry about the next generation, you know, how our industry is going to look and how quickly things are changing in terms of regulation, you know, the way we work every day. I can't say that it scares me. I think it excites me that things are changing and it's very interesting. But what I have to say, one of the key ingredients is quick decision making. And sometimes you have to make decisions with imperfect information. That happens very often, especially when you're called, like your previous panel, you asked Eleni about lending counter-cyclically. So we have to invest in a similar manner. But that doesn't mean that just simply investing in a bad market, it will always make you money. That's not the way it works. So there are a lot of parameters in play. So I think having a clear leadership, clear structure, and very quick decision-making when this needs to happen. I mean, the volatility of our industry has increased and the peaks and troughs of our business have become more and more sudden. So we are called to move even faster than our maybe the previous generation. And I think that is a key ingredient to succeed going forward. So the timing is very important, not only on sales and purchase, on chartering, on technical decisions like we have today, you know, regarding the EEDI and EXI regulation coming. Everyone has to take a view. How are we going to cope with that? How are we going to set up our company for the next 20 years? You know, in 5 years, we have regulation coming, and we have also to manage our fleet to survive this future and to flourish in this future. So clear decision-making and clear leadership on all matters, not only commercial, technical, commercial, financial, everything.
So timing and speed are key elements in your view. George Gordomichalis, what do you think it will take?
Good evening, Angela. Good evening, everybody. You reminded me, Angelos, you talked about 27 years ago. 25 years ago, if you recall, we had a closing.
We did.
And you were the banker for the seller. And we kept your bank open here in Greece, our bank open here in Greece, on a day which was a national holiday, if you recall.
I absolutely recall.
To take delivery of a vessel, which was in Argentina at the time, and it was a rather interesting closing, an interesting delivery. And I think it's a good point to start. Speed is, of course, very important, as John said. We do have imperfect information. I think the trick is that we need to know how to make money when the markets are bad, and not only when the markets are good. When the markets are good, anything that floats makes money. We've seen that. The point is, can we make money when the markets are bad? Can we have a sustainable model?
So what does it take in today's, let's say, in today's bad tanker market, what would it take to succeed?
You should ask Mr. Mangos about the tankers, but
you are well-rounded, both of you. I'll get to George Mangos, but let's.
I would suggest that whether it's container, wet, dry, or whatever, the basics are the same. Number one is flexibility. Number two is adaptability. Number three is somewhat of a deep pocket. The 3 Ps: patience, perseverance, and passion. And the other 3 Ps of a sustainable model, which are people, planet, and profit.
We all know George Gourdomichalis comes with a lot of passion. George Mangos, what does it take from your side now that George has given you the pass to discuss what you see in the tanker market happen? What, in addition to passion, timing, and quick decision-making, do you think it takes?
Firstly, thank you, guys. Thank you, John and George, for perfectly teeing this up for me to be able to. But look, I'll take it one step back. Firstly, I have nothing to disagree with either what John or George said. But if I take it slightly back to the beginning, I would say to you that that shipping fundamentally remains a business of lowest marginal cost. That is something that we understand innately, but we have to underline it because it's critically important. How that's been expressed over time has changed. So now, primarily due to this, the evolving safety regulatory environment, let's say that the gentleman referred to, thankfully, we're moving away from competing on safety. And that's something, of course, that has been, let's say, a fundamental point of the tanker markets, and it's been
and it's easy to check. It's easy
outwards.
to assess and easy to check. It's public knowledge, basically, now, who is secure and safe and who is not.
Yes, and also because of the, let's say the vetting structure and so on, it's much harder for people to compete with you by undercutting you where they oughtn't be undercutting you. So that's an important point. However, that still leaves a wide open arena to compete in financing, to compete in chartering, and to compete in S&P. And all of these, of course, are, let's say, individually evolving. So, financing is starting to be defined by not by access to it, but not just by access to it. The big differentiator is in pricing. And I think, Eleni Vretou mentioned it earlier. You see, this bifurcation between balance sheet lending and asset-backed lending, and groups that are able to consolidate a balance sheet and therefore lend at much lower rates.
Let's see.
From the chartering.
Sorry.
Sorry. I was going to say to you, just from a chartering perspective, I think the key, if the market in which you participate allows you to try and sort of evolve out of being a tonnage provider to where you, let's say, integrate the chartering piece and you take that into your business model. And then, of course, on S&P, which, notwithstanding the data or even setting aside the data, you still have a strong element of gut feeling. So in our case, what we tried to do is we said, okay, we're going to have to evolve. We're going to have to reposition ourselves in all of these areas of service provision as asset managers, as commercial managers, as technical managers of our portfolio of assets, our own and those of our clients.
Vasilis, George has talked about marginal cost and the importance of bringing that down. You, Vasilis, come from a traditional family, mid-sized shipping operation. You've always been mid-sized, and you've always been successful in what you've done. So obviously there's a recipe that's worked for you. What do you think this recipe has been?
Hi, Angelos, very much, and hi, everyone. I think the recipe, there's no secret to it. I think one has to have resilience in this. One has to know, how the industry works, and one gets more knowledgeable as he gets along. So there's a transfusion of knowledge from generation to generation to come, and I think that in our case has played a role. The industry presents us with many challenges, I think, nowadays, but it's still very fragmented, so it presents us with a lot of opportunities. There are a lot of models that may be applied, and I think they all have their merits, but I think what's very important is maybe combining models into maybe a hybrid scenario whereby there's traditional ship owning, which I think is most important, with managing ships on as well, and that sort of increases resilience the way I see it. So I think that's something going forward. Now, looking back, I think basically there's no secret to it. It's a lot of hard work and a lot of time spent dealing with difficult good problems and a lot of very good collaborators and very good relationships being built over the years.
So George and John, Mangos and John, Vasilis seems to believe that mid-sized company can do well, regardless of the considerations that you find to be to your benefit due to your size. Do you think this trend can continue, or do you think that Vasilis will have to grow the company and make it bigger, likewise for George, to fit your model, or do you think there's a way for them to, for George Gourodomichalis and Vasilis to continue perpetuating the legacy? John, what do you think?
No, I think quality over size. Obviously, quality is much more important. And as I said again, I don't like to name names, but an obvious example. I mean, we saw Scorpio recently taking the decisions to exit the dry bulk market at absolutely the worst time imaginable, and reinventing the company after spending $1 billion, to make this wind. Obviously, I understand it's obviously a new direction, but maybe the timing wasn't the best, and a lot of money was lost. So it doesn't mean that a very big company is always, will always make money. So at the end of the day, we're not. Let's say it's important to have our social responsibility as companies, to make sure our ships are safe. We don't, we take care of, we don't lose, let's say, containers at the sea, or obviously our tanker vessels are not, are operating safely and properly for the environment. Secondly, we need to make a little bit of profit every now and then, not always, now and then. And at the end of the day, growing, if growing helps us do that a little bit better, then that is great. But it is not let's say, an absolute solution.
I think what you're describing, John, with Scorpio is sometimes the bigger size and the investor pressures that step in, and sometimes put pressures to take hasty decisions, which you all here, sitting under a private guise, are not forced to do, right?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, okay.
If you don't, I don't want you to agree. I'm just throwing it as an argument.
Yeah, I mean, there are some other public companies who operate differently. But to finish on the terms of size, obviously we see consolidation going on. We see recently the Star Bulks and the Eagle Bulks, use of shares to buy fleets of vessels, and obviously something that a public company can do. This obviously was not possible before, but they cannot do that. They can do that now more easily and grow, let's say, with a relative speed, and get good assets. But again, at the end of the day, bringing returns to the shareholders. This is our job as the directors of certain companies. It doesn't mean that being bigger is always the most profitable and always the best company.
George Gourodomichalis, what's your take on these last remarks we've heard?
I think that I agree. Quality over size is more important. The problem is we have two sets of challenges. The one is operational technical, which is running the everyday business, and the other is the financial challenge. Exactly. On the side of operations and technical, what matters is how good you are. You can be small, medium, or big, and be very bad or very good. I think Greece and the Greek ship owners and Greek ship managers have a history behind them. They have deep knowledge, deep history, deep experience, and they're good at it overall. When it comes to the financial challenges, as John said, the difference between very large companies and stock-listed companies, etc., is that they have other means of currency as well, which we smaller and medium-sized do not have. That is a challenge, but we can overcome it by being more resourceful, by looking at the business in different ways. And we are, at the end, even the medium and small-sized companies are a bit of a fisharmonica. We open and close depending on the market. And as we talked about Scorpio, they closed the fisharmonica at the wrong time. The point is to close at the right time and open it at the right time.
And compared to the 25 years ago that you mentioned when we attended that same closing, today, regardless of size, ship owners, all of you on this panel, have a multitude of possibilities, some more expensive than others for sure, but there is still finance out there. And of course, if you have a bigger size and a better balance sheet, it's easier. But I think every size, every segment can find a way to propel its business. Would you agree, George Mangos, on that?
Look, I think, again, you know, all the guys are absolutely touching on the right points, and you know, resilience of the business model, the quality, the as George said, and I want to come back to that because I think it's a very, very key point. You have to be able to, if not make money in adverse markets, then not lose money in adverse markets. So I think that while the medium, let's say, or where there's a very entrepreneurial closeness to the decision making and an agility to it, and that's all extremely important. Without a shadow of doubt, in my mind at least, without a shadow of doubt, there is now a minimum threshold to be able to be a viable competitor in the international spaces. And I say this because we're primarily a tanker operator, but we have a large dry exposure and we have a container exposure. And you know, looking at each one of these separately, we're seeing a very different set of challenges. It is a very different life being a tonnage provider to major lines in the container space. It is a very different life being, you know, a sort of a parcel trading, you know, front haul oriented product tanker operator. It is a very different life being a dry bulk operator. And I also want to touch, by the way, on a point of one of the previous panels, where the immediately previous panel, where a statistic that Angela, you and I have argued about a little bit. I think he mentioned, you know, 900 companies originally, of which, you know, really 300 today are active. And I very much fear that that is a trend. It doesn't mean that. So people look at the idea of consolidation, and then they expect that what you're going to end up with is kind of 12 mega groups in shipping.
No, of course
I don't
not.
think
that won't be the case for sure.
That won't be the case. And I think it's also sectoral. I think in dry bulk, you can maintain an edge. You don't need to have you know, a large number of assets. In fact, if anything, you know, not having too many ships at any one time to be able to do what George said, critically important is to have your operating matrix work in tandem with your asset ambitions.
But
you know, to be able to flexibly reduce your size at a time that it's necessary, so you're not married to your ships. Your system isn't dependent on having, you know, all these vessels in it, but then to be able to sort of expand again, and that's partially relationships and. You know, but at its fundament, it's access.
But
Vasilis, access is so important.
Access is absolutely important. But Vasilis, do you then think that the sort of and George, do you think that the 2, 3, 4 vessel operators will gradually become extinct? Is that one of the takes we want to have from this discussion? It could be. I don't know. I'm just advancing
could I qualify this before?
Yeah, please.
Before, so I hand over to Vasily. The qualification that I have in my mind, and then, you know, I'll open the bracket to say quality of a quantity 100% of the time. Okay. However, if you have a 2-vessel or a 3-vessel operation, 2-vessel operation, let's say, okay, and you're having to fundamentally take on a number as a tanker operator, you're not viable.
No, that absolutely that's the verdict is out there.
We're talking, 8 to 10 ships at a minimum to operate your system, to be able to afford the vetting team, this team, that team, you know, that are going to run on that level. So already this parting of the waters is happening. It hasn't reached dry bulk to the same extent, but you are seeing, you know, an evolution of the regulatory framework. And fundamentally, if you're having to defray all this cost on 2, 3 ships versus defraying it on 10 ships, I don't think you need to have 50 ships. But you do need to have a certain number to be able to defray that cost. That's that, you know, so that you're not operating, you know, $1,000, $2,000, $3,000 a day more expensive, and that's not even looking at the financing cost. That's just purely talking about the operating.
Yeah, the financing cost is different for sure. Vasilis, what's your contribution to this line of argumentation? What do you think?
Yeah, I think to a large extent, how things will develop are going to be dictated by the market. So a better market will, help new entities grow, maybe appear. And we have seen that a number of times in the past. So let's wait and see how the market develops. And I'm talking mainly about dry bulk here, because I think in tankers things have changed. In containers, I'm not sure. There are segments there that smaller entities can actually play a role and grow. But in dry bulk, there's a lot of space available still. I think but generally speaking, if we see the managers, the big 10 managers, we take them all together, they represent around 3%, 3.5% of the total world fleet. So it's 12,000 ships and maybe 3,500, 100,000 ships, and maybe 3,500 ships that the 10 biggest managers control. And we all know that the big 10 managers are by far the biggest ones out there. So other sectors as well, I think, present opportunities. And we shouldn't rule out new entities coming in, smaller entities growing. We've seen that a number of times in the past. Also, if we look at the biggest companies out there, for example, Costco controls 950 ships. That's it's 0.9% of total fleet out there. And then Costco is by far the largest. Maersk, that is smaller, is 0.7%. And then most big ship owners control 0.1, 0.5% of the total fleet. So we're talking, very high fragmentation. I'm talking, throughout the fleet here. If we drill down into the segments, I'll talk about dry bulk, which I know a bit better. There are about 12,000 Supramaxes out there. 12,000 dry bulk ships out there, and around 3,500 Supramaxes, for example. And, the bigger Supramax owners only control, very small percentages. So very, very fragmented, a lot of room. However, having said that, I think George does have a point. We are at the stage where the 1 to 2, maybe 3, maybe even 4 ship company is going to start facing difficulties. And I think growth and size will play a role going forward.
Obviously, George has a point there. I think it's the magnitude that we need to see, how the magnitude will develop. Any closing remarks that you four gentlemen would like to make before we part for this evening? Any idea that springs to mind in terms of what we discussed? George?
If I could, just a couple of comments.
Please.
One of the things that we touched upon is that, recurring ideas of fewer ship managers, owners in Greece. At the end of the day, this industry creates new owners, takes out old owners, creates new owners again, families split up, partnerships split up, new ones are created, and we go on. So this is part of life. It's not going to change.
Never a boring moment in shipping.
Never. And I wouldn't like it any other way.
Exactly.
But also, yes, smaller owners are definitely faced with more challenges. That does not mean that they cannot overcome them and make money. And I would suggest that if we are in for what we believe we're in this year and maybe into next year in the dry bulk segment, you will see that there will be enough money made to create further new owners and to also support those smaller owners in the next bad cycle.
So then in our next panel, there'll be 900 companies maybe that we'll be able to talk about. But John, any closing remark that you'd like to share?
I think we are in a, we're going to have fun in shipping in the next, in the coming time. I think we're in, we're going to enjoy ourselves for the coming years. I mean, okay, tankers are bad. I mean, January was horrible, but look at last year, right? I mean, look at the second quarter was unbelievable. And I think by the end of this year, we're going to see again good markets in tankers. Already you see the time charter especially for products, but also for Afras and MRs has gone up. We live in a potentially inflationary environment, and that's good for shipping, for assets. We live in a world where shipyard space is much more constrained. There is much more limited shipbuilding capacity, and then referring specifically to 2022. So there is not much we can do to spoil the party for 2022. We can easily spoil the party for 2023, and I'm pretty sure it's going to happen from what I hear.
Some people will do that. Indeed.
Yeah. Thank God for containers that have sucked up most of the orders. You know, LNGs and containers have sucked up most of the big space of the large shipyards. And there is a little bit left maybe for dry bulk, but we're going to see orders soon being placed and being communicated. So 2023 is the year to watch. I think 2022 is going to be a good year for containers. Maybe we'll have a trifecta, you know, containers, tankers, and bulk carriers for 2022. I'm not an expert on gas, but so I'm not going to talk about gas. That's something beyond me. And I think it's a good time for our financiers to see more solid companies, for newcomers to come in, as George said, and they're very welcome. You know, competition drives us anyway. And you know, but we have to watch out for the future. We have to watch out because market can turn very fast, and then we can have a boom-bust scenario again. So we have to watch out.
Well, John, thank you for the positive spirit there, and all of you in this respect. Yesterday and today has seen a lot of an overflow of positive spirit. So that is always encouraging. Vasilis, George, any closing remark you'd like to share, or do you think we've pretty much wrapped it up?
I just wanted to say that, you know, long term, you know, it's an unpleasant situation that's going to play out. We all know that. Short term, I think it looks good, as John very well said, particularly for dry bulk at the moment and containers. And medium term, I think we're going to have to look at how the technology changes, and that's going to be critical. But we, you know, long may we have these conferences and stick around to find out what's going to happen.
Exactly. George Mangos, pretty much set.
Anything massively innovative to add? Agility, nimbleness, cost consciousness. You know, these are the themes that I think all sort of put forward. S&P is the third rail. It can either energize you and drive you, you know, propel you to new heights, or it can end your life in a split second.
Oh, yes.
And I think that's where we need to be very, very aware. And that's where actually the not having a gigantic fleet is of major help, because the nimbleness is to be able to look at that market, the fisharmonica. I love that parallel, and you know, and sort of look at the right time to get off and get off.
So then, if we are going to perpetuate the legacy, let's at least not go overboard. I think we can settle it at this for this afternoon, for this evening. Thank you for your contributions. Thank you for joining. Take care for now.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye now.
Thank you all.
So what themes has day 2 of our conference left us with? Clearly, a main theme has been that shipping needs to pick up pace with regards to digitization and process automation, if it is to keep up pace with rival industries, and also if it is to further improve on efficiency and economies of scale. On the subject of communications, all our experts who have spoken today have been adamant about the fact that shipping has at its disposal more solutions than ever before, at less cost and with the potential for increased connectivity. The pandemic, apparently, we have been told, has managed to bring communications more to the fore, and the main beneficiaries, other than shipping companies themselves, have been the officers and crew, who at least managed to maintain decent and cost-effective connectivity throughout this past year with their loved ones. This peace of mind that technology has offered has been indispensable.
And on the ship financing side, we have had our bank panelists give us And a word of encouragement, they would be there to continue financing. Of course, they prefer balance sheet financing, not necessarily name lending. On the tanker side, they would be a bit cautious because of where the market is today. But still, countercyclical financing has its merits. And our ship owner panelists that just concluded their discussion, I think all agreed upon the fact that big or small as a company, you need quick decision making, you need agility, you need good timing, you need the resources to be able to run your ships effectively and efficiently. Size certainly matters, as many times is a prevailing sentiment in the world we live in, but smaller and mid-sized companies could compete if they get that timing right and if their skill sets are there. So I think with these thoughts we can
conclude the second day of our conference, and we expect you all tomorrow. We have a huge amount of people watching us. Our audience is truly big. So we are expecting you tomorrow for the third and last day of our conference. It's the Green Day, green for financing, for education, and for the environment.
And for positive spirits surrounding this industry. So thank you for being with us.
Thank you for being with us.